Okay, hold on. How is it? Is it looking better now? Um, yeah, that's weird. Okay, we're good. We're good. People can see me now. Okay. I'm sitting here talking, and then someone's like, or Suzanne downstairs is like, "Yeah, the screen's rotated." All right. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure. Okay. Okay, we got that. Yeah, let me just make sure. Hey, what's up? 44. Um, let me see. Okay, we're good to go now? Okay, sweet. All right, it should be. That's the real question. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's not do that first, but let's go ahead and start this. I'm going to start this episode, by the way, and I'm going to pause. So don't, if I frustrate you with pausing, please. Nico, not a chance. All right, hey, what's up? Hey, AC, how are you doing, man? We're both over on Twitch and YouTube at the moment, so depending on what platform you like, you can go either way. On Twitch, it's JS_monster, so feel free. I have read a little bit about the episode today, and I will be honest with you. I feel like we're going to be hitting a lot of the. Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Hey, what's up? What's up, Callie? Big time multi-platform streamer. Yeah, okay. Haven't like actually streamed on any platform in years. This episode was painful. We're gonna check it out right now. I'm gonna play it and just let me know if the audio is not loud enough. I could watch this with others. Yeah, we're gonna start it, and I will pepper in commentary here and there. Hey AC, thank you so much for joining YouTube over there. All right, without further ado, let's start this. No audio? Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can fix that. But not like that. Let's get that going while we're hanging out. So fun I can hear myself downstairs. Okay. There we go. All right, here we go. Here we go.
Speaking of variety, we have a variety of clips here to play. I woke up this morning to 3 clips from you or 4 clips from you and a
love your
link
work.
to a Facebook post.
I am an original over on their channel. Oh, really? How long have you been following them for?
That had an article to a local news story in it.
Right. That one for sure I want.
Okay.
I want the Spencer Pratt one for sure. And if we have time for the New York mayor one, but
we have time. I've got 3 clips as well. Mine are the 2 main ones are to do with all the corruption, because I know that struck a chord with you this past Sunday.
You prefer it with no sound? Okay. I'm already kind of concerned. I'll be honest with you. The fact that they are she's so dead set on focusing on what's his face, Spencer Pratt. Oh God, that's gonna drive me up the wall. Since start, maybe about 3 years now. Damn, I have been watching them for a little over a year. I think that's right about when. It was like last year, beginning of the summer at least. But yeah, no, 780 comments within 2 hours is crazy. Don't know how. I'll be honest with you. I knew when Bob came back, we were gonna see her go completely the other way, and you know, you'll post this live later, right? Yes, I will have this up. I'm not gonna edit it. I might have it. Yeah, I'll have it in its full form. But we're gonna do news after this as well. I got a couple of news stories I want to talk about, and I also do want to rant a little bit about the current state of liberal media. I have been watching a few people. I've got a few clips I'm going to show as an example. The amount of just misinformation and just bullshit that is being thrown out right now is just crazy. Like I'm like over it. I've made a couple of posts about it over the last like month, but yeah, let's go ahead and pick this back up.
We were talking about trades on all these stocks, the slush fund, all of that. And so I thought I would play a couple of clips that kind of like really lay out exactly what's going on for you so that you can see just how bad it is. And as well, I have another clip that I want to start today's show with. This is funny, I guess, if you can look at it that way. This is a clip that came out yesterday. It's RFK trying to pick up snakes. Have you seen this?
I did see it briefly. I didn't really zero in. Something about, yeah.
Let's take a look at this because I think it really illustrates how insane this person is. Here we go.
I don't know how he's still alive. This fool will touch anything. I mean, he'll just get right up all in it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I guess
I always like to hang around with losers.
I guess that's why Trump hangs out with them.
Why?
Oh my God. Now the question is, what kind of snakes are those?
Well, they were having sex, so what were they?
Opposites. Who's a different? Huh?
They're not opposites.
Okay.
Are they biting?
Yeah.
What is wrong with him? Like, I don't get it. I just don't understand. I don't know.
Get him.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Jesus, the mouths are huge.
exactly. Stop doing it.
My God.
You're coming up.
Brainworms
So
for
RFK
sure.
Jr., the guy who's the head of our Department of Health and Human Services, picking up 2 snakes, getting the shit bit out of him. You can hear his wife, Cheryl Hines, actress in the background, saying, Bobby, put them down. I don't know who the person is that's shooting it. Does that look like...
It's most likely her. God protects babies and all the special people in reference to RFK Jr., by the way. The black snakes were not having sex. No, they were actively trying to get away from RFK. You could see it. Like, they were literally going towards the actual wall. They thought, oh, because they're wrapping around each other. Oh, yeah, they're having sex. No. I don't know what timeline we're in. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is happening.
like a sane person to you?
No. And I think there was another voice in there. I thought it was Dr. Oz. Was that at Dr. Oz's house, I think?
I don't know where it was.
Yes, I
I
think
don't...
it was.
That wouldn't surprise me. I bet you they all hang out. and do weird shit together because they do look like guys who would do weird shit together. He wanted the pecker off one of them. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he probably heard it cures polio, and he's like, I found the. Well, I'm not going to do the voice, but or I could. But I'm pretty sure he's probably in that realm of like homeopathic. Let me just go ahead and I'm gonna bite the head off these snakes. We'll drain the blood. Or it gives you superpowers or something like that.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. Whatever the
Yeah.
case, this is, I mean, we talked about on a Sunday episode maybe a month ago, or maybe a little longer, because Dad was on that one, about how he wrote in his journal about cutting off a dead raccoon
My mic's a
penis.
little low.
And he's had
Yeah.
all these kind of weird incidents with just wildlife that he believes he can interact with in some kind of safe way. He literally is getting bit by those snakes.
I'm looking to see if that was at Dr. Oz's house. I think I did read it was. Yeah, on the patio of Dr. Oz's Florida beach home is where he was.
Okay, so he's just hanging out with Dr. Oz, wrangling snakes in the backyard. And this is, again,
Hello, my name is RFK Jr. Yeah, is my mic better now? Suze? Hopefully it's up just a little bit. I've been popping it up just a little bit because I don't want to blow everyone's ears out. Yeah.
this is the person who holds a very prominent position in Trump's cabinet, the head of our Department of Health and Human Services, getting bit by snakes for fun.
Why would they even post that for starters? That's ridiculous.
They posted it because he thinks it makes him look tough. The same reason that he posted that clip of him.
Yeah, he is a fucking dude, bro. Like literally, there are these guys who think, like, yeah, that they're alpha males and all that bullshit. These guys need to not be in office. Like, I don't know how. If you had told me like 5 years ago that RFK Jr. was going to be in some high level position in the White House, I'd been like, no, you're crazy. You're high as a kite. No one pays attention to that loon. Here we are. He's now literally over just anything that involves medicine, and that's fucking crazy. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like I woke up and we were just in a completely different timeline at some point.
I'm in Kid Rock working out shirtless.
Yeah. Crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. I saw it briefly on the news, and then when I Googled it, I thought it said Dr. Oz's patio. Ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree. Okay.
Is
so
that
what do you
true?
want to start with first? You want to do the Spencer Pratt thing?
Yeah.
Hello?
We're voting for Dwayne Elizondo, Mountain Dew Herbert Camacho in 2028. All right. What? That's a reference to Idiocracy, right? Because he's the lesser of two evils. That's what timeline we're on. Honestly, I'll talk about it, I think, a little bit after we finish this, but I have some thoughts on kind of like the state of democracy at the moment. But I will say this. I just don't know if we're going to get anything that's going to make any sense in the near future. I don't know. We elected him in 2016. We totally did. It's just not going to make any sense going forward. The Democratic Party needs to really pull their heads firmly out of their ass at this point and literally start pushing these progressive policies like Hasan Piker and them are pushing and all that stuff. I've seen a lot of people, and I'm going to pull up a clip about that a little bit later, but we'll talk about Hasan and what's been going on with him as well. He sounds like when you're driving down a bumpy dirt road and that asshole won't shut up. Yeah.
This just,
Okay,
yes.
Spencer Pratt.
Can you hear me? Yes. This intrigues
Okay,
me because
your
it's
clip-
AI.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, this AI intrigues you.
Yes.
Did you see the Pope came out against AI the other day?
I know, but this is funny to me. I want to see it again.
Okay.
You're
This is
glitching.
I'm playing your.
Okay. How long do they have these technical difficulties. Look, okay, I'm gonna say something, and hopefully it doesn't get back to them in any way, but they really do need like an editor to like clip out these bits in the middle where they're just like going like, is everything okay? Huh?
The clip that you sent me.
It always drives me nuts.
Oh,
You're glitching.
I can't see it.
All right, after some technical difficulties, we are back. Here is your clip of Spencer Pratt, Mom. You ready?
Ready.
What the fuck is this? When Blob dies, this lady will drop Trump like he did little girl's underwear. Damn. There is.
You sure about that?
Wait, did that even pop up? Oh no. Oh. Look, I'm just gonna say this. I don't know. I don't know.
You sure about?
Oh, it is popping up, but I don't know about that. I just don't know. And she keeps going back and forth. Like she keeps going like, oh, I'm kind of seeing, that he's like, Trump's not doing the things that I want him to do. And then she goes, and then Bob comes home, and then she's all crazy. I just don't know if she will go. If she's not out of her community, she's never going to leave that headspace. Pretty dang sure about that? I don't know. I hope so. There's a part of me that hopes, but I don't know.
Daddy!
You were in a coma. 3 years.
Oh, Kathy. You didn't have to tell me. When she sent that over to Chad, she knew exactly what she sent over. She believes it. She's all about it. That's what's crazy. Even though it's AI. It's insane.
MacArthur Park, right? Where are all the needles and homeless people?
The mayor
What the
fixed
fuck?
Wait, isn't this downtown?
So how did the mayor fix it? That's my next question.
Where are all the tents? The piss and the shit and the
What the fuck?
criminal drug addicts?
The mayor fixed it.
They rebuilt the Palisades?
Yes.
How?
The mayor fixed it.
What the fuck is this? She gets so excited by these clips. They're so fucking dumb. This is like, look, and I don't like to be like super duper mean about this stuff because look, there's always stuff that pulls at people's heartstrings, right? I don't, even if it's AI, yeah, but the reality is this, great Republican AI ads. Yeah. I think she's influenced easily. Yeah, she's a child. Like legitimately a child.
Wow. Karen Bass really turned the city
Right,
around.
thanks for the resub over
Karen
on
Bass
Twitch.
isn't the mayor anymore, honey.
How you doing, man?
Who's the mayor?
Spencer Pratt.
Oh, fuck off. Holy MacArthur Park is literally the park that inspired. Holy MacArthur Park is literally the park that inspired Under the Bridge by RHCP. So Red Hot Chili Peppers, right? No one with a brain in LA would buy this. No. But she lives in, what is it? Where does she live? I always forget. The AI mouths still look weird. Yes, they do. They haven't figured that out. That's like anytime I watch like a video and I need to know if it's AI or not, I look straight at the mouth, and if I see, oh, it's Oklahoma. Okay, yeah, she lives in fucking Oklahoma. She's a country. I almost said she's a cunt. She's a cunt, but she's a country bumpkin, and OK City, yeah. And here's the reality. Here's the reality of this situation. She's gonna believe this bullshit because she thinks everything outside of her community is just like crime-ridden, infested, awful, terrible. And yes, there are certain places that are, but the reality is this: mouth and hands are always off. Yeah, 100%. Here's the deal. I think and I agree with you a little bit, PD, on this one. I think when Bob does pass away, which that would be very, very sad. I would feel terrible. I think if she did move down to California, she would actually see what California is kind of all about. Yes, there are bad parts of California. I've been to California a few times. Yeah, there's bad places everywhere. But I think when she kind of sees how California's run, I think she'd be like, "Oh wow, I was demonizing California for no fucking reason." Spencer Pratt is one of those I wonder about. I mean, he is Trump's kid. Also, wait,
Okay, that
is
is
he?
insane. That is
Yep.
that is crazy.
That's crazy. If
That
that's
is AI.
is that like a real
insane,
rumor?
But
Yeah.
people are following him.
I don't think he has any chance in hell to win this. You know, he's lying about a lot of stuff, like living in the Airstream trailer. He's actually living in the Hotel Bel Air.
Okay, I
So,
didn't know that.
yeah, let me play you this clip. I have a Spencer Pratt clip as well. Okay.
Okay,
Here.
that was just crazy town.
Well, I don't understand, though. Are you showing me that clip saying you like him because he's...
Craig, you're right. No one loves to shit on California more than people who've never been here. Yep. Craig, I know you had some negative stuff to say over the years about California, but for the most part, I mean, when I've gone, like, it always seems really nice, and it's not like downtown Austin where we used to live. She visited Chad in L.A. She loved it, but was mad because she wanted to be in a movie. I remember that story. I remember that story. She is so, like, is it wrong for me to think that she is like extraordinarily conceited, maybe like narcissistic? I mean, it always feels like anytime I'm editing her videos, I'm just like, she is a narcissist, like, through and through. I mean, it's weird how MAGA is willing to drive there to vote. Idiot, shake my head. I mean, you know, just got here. She drives me nuts with this BS. She doesn't care about the people because she never brings up women killed by their parents, partners, sorry, kids killed by their parents, or anything else. Only if it's undocumented. Because that's the thing. LA homelessness is bad. Joel, worse than Austin. It is. But I know, didn't they set up I know they call them tent cities, but they set up places where they can actually camp out. I know Austin completely wiped that off the board completely. Like anywhere but there's shit parts, but it's not the liberal shithole people keep claiming. Yeah, it's not. It's not. But you're talking to someone who is so far to the left that I don't think there should be anything remotely resembling like homelessness, and I think anyone who is homeless should be taken care of, and not in that way, not in the Fox News way, but in the like, hey, I want to actually do something good for them. I want to get them a home. I want to get them the addiction help that they have. We have a friend. I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything about this, but we have a friend that we have known for decades who we found out is homeless now, and all I can think about for like the last since I heard about it was like, how do I go and help him? Austin homelessness is sad with a smile. LA homelessness is just sad. Yeah, I mean, I think homelessness is just sad in general. Austin was rough though. When we were living there, it was really rough. As bad as it is, so people don't complain when their own situation is terrible because it could be worse. See, okay, I could talk a little bit about that mindset though. It could be worse. I had a therapist, actually my current EMDR therapist, tell me legitimately, like, when you have that mindset, it actually downplays your actual feelings, and it makes you just shove it all deeper down inside. So I tell people, don't say that, because why would you even want to entertain the idea of it being worse? First of all, and second of all, like, stupidest shit ever said. No, it's true. I agree with that though. Because I don't know, I was shoving stuff down for a very, very long time. Like a very, very long time. It can always be worse, it can always be better. I mean, that's a nihilistic view on mental health there.
He's making these crazy videos, or saying he's insane?
He's insane.
I think it is so bizarre that they would do a clip like that, an actual clip, to try to get people to follow. I mean, the first one did grab my attention. I thought, okay, AI, whatever. Now these are getting insane. They're crazy.
Yeah,
I like how she does that. She backtracks after going like, oh, they catch my attention. And she goes, these are getting crazy. And it's like, Of course they're getting crazy.
I mean, I agree.
But also, you shouldn't be entertaining them if we can just let it all die. That's my thought, though. Unless you're the absolute worst situation of all humans, you can't complain. Bullcrap. I mean, I think everyone should be able to complain. Honestly, like right now, I think everyone should be just screaming. The only people who I don't have any sympathy for are people who are billionaires at this point. They can all go rot, in my opinion.
Agree, but again,
We're in
are
this
you
situation
saying
because
you
of
want
them?
him to be the mayor of Los Angeles?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you realize how crazy it looks in real time.
I'll refrain from playing my Spencer Pratt clip then, and we can move on. I thought you were playing that as like, oh, look how great he is.
No, I was playing it because it's Crazy Town.
Okay. Let's
No, she was not.
move on then to what
she
do you want
wasn't.
to play one of your clips here about Mumdani?
That'd be okay.
All right.
And then
So
save
you sent me, huh?
And then save the other local one for last.
Yeah, you sent me this. Here we go.
And we tell Zora Mumdani, you can go back to Uganda.
What the fuck is this racist bullshit? I really hope Chad commented at the end about wanting to get Bob on, because he's trying to get guests on that Bob wants to yell at. Means they are going to have Hunter Biden on. You know, I'm going to say this. I think, by the way, I do want to talk about that Candace Owens, Hunter Biden interview. If they get him on, this is the one time if I could have my way, I would just not have Bob on at all. I just wouldn't. It would just be just like the I believe the governor they had on, where he just talked over everybody. It was like he's such a child, you know. He's petulant, and it drives me up the wall anytime I'm watching Bob, especially with the guest on.
To where you came from.
So why is she sending this over? Like, what is the point she's trying to make sending this over? I don't get it. I just don't understand her mindset. It just feeds into this narrative that she just does not like brown people, and that's extraordinarily sad. Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
And you know what? I gotta be honest. I was a little nervous to come here.
She's racist, yeah.
I was a little nervous.
I think she realizes only in the moment of showing Chad just how racist and fucked up that video is. So she throws out the "I thought it was funny" / crazy comments to downplay. Yeah.
To come here today.
Yeah, totally.
Because it was only about 2 months ago when I was standing right over here.
Small group agrees with her,
and we were
therefore
doing
everyone agrees with her.
Peaceful protest against Islam. And over here to my left, all I heard was Allahu Akbar.
These are, oh, I'm gonna say something so terrible right now. Look, everyone's vote matters. I get it. Like, cool, whatever. This is the person's vote who should not matter. Like, we should not be entertaining these people. This guy should not have a microphone. Everyone should just be like, hey, this guy's an asshole. We shouldn't just be paying attention to this guy. This guy's an asshole. She's eating the racism apple. He thinks racism is bad, but not the way she does it. Yeah.
By the good grace of God. By the good grace of God.
Everyone shouldn't be able to vote. I mean, look. Wait for her comments after the clip. Let's go. Let's get there.
NYPD officers that were behind me.
Hasan, her son. She says that about Hasan because Hasan is basically white presenting, and he says it about himself too. You know, these are neo-Nazis. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to see if Bob and ML would be themselves, or if they would change because of the guest, like ML did with Peppermint. ML claims she would ask about who Snowflake was in the White House. What the fuck, man?
A vote for Kathy Hochul is a vote for the Quran. That's right. A vote for Kathy Hochul is a vote for Sharia law. A vote for Kathy Hochul is a very, very tough time, not only for the Jewish citizens in the city, but every single
He's, as someone who was raised Jewish, this is the bullshit. This is the bullshit that this is a person. If we were in high school together, I'm in my 40s, by the way, so I'm pretty sure this guy's in his 40s too. At least he looks like he's in his 40s. This is the guy who tell me a fucking ashtray joke, a fucking Holocaust joke. It literally would be coming out of his mouth, and here he is being like, "We're doing it for the Jews." It's like, go fuck yourself, man. I guarantee they just keep saying cocaine and whose bag was it to Hunter repeatedly. It was like a South Park sketch. 100%.
We're not going to stop this fight until we have
Jeez, how long is this?
New York
Exactly. How long is this fucking thing, man?
Safety and security for all of our children. God bless you. God bless your families.
Man, oof. Oh my God. I gave her like grace like a couple weeks ago, and I felt like, it's like the right thing to do. Give her grace. She's back at it, and it feels like she went just 100% the opposite direction. Just nodding to this bullshit. Fuck off, man. Like, this is so annoying. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Look at how smug she is after this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Watch her. She's so smug.
So there you've got an angry mob being led by that guy. I'm not sure who that guy was, just being completely racist.
Yeah.
No, that shows that not everyone loves that mayor. They were
Of course.
promoting
These
that other.
wild ass racists don't like him.
Huh?
These wild ass racists don't like him.
Well, the policemen that were behind him don't like him. There were people in the crowd not liking him now.
Okay.
I mean, in a lot of clips and things, I say, "Oh, he's the greatest." Oh, just that one week when we talked about it, he's done this, he's done that. He's raised taxes like what, 26, 28%.
Hang on, though.
I just wanted to show that to you.
Yeah.
To say not everyone loves him.
Okay, great. I can show you clips like that of Trump, where not everybody loves Trump. What does that mean?
You just think that he's doing great in New York and that he's making New York better and everyone loves him. They don't.
No.
Yeah. Here's the deal, Mary Lou. You don't get it. Of course, racist people are not going to like him. They're not, because they don't like anyone that is not their color. That is the reality. If they're not white, they're like, the fuck? They seem to love the Jews now, which is crazy, Also, I just want to say this: fuck Israel, fuck them so much. They're actually, I personally believe, what got us into the situation we're in. I think they knew a lot. Herdani's too closely tied to Blob, and therefore Trump. People aren't a monolith. Insane.
No,
They don't.
I don't think everybody loves him. There are obviously racist pieces of shit like that guy that don't. When they're saying deport Mamdani, why do you think they're saying that?
Because he's not American? I don't know. I don't even know why they said
He's
that.
a U.S. citizen. Next.
Okay. They want him out of there for some reason,
Right.
yeah.
And why is he talking about Sharia law?
That's Muslims, that
Yes.
he's allowing them to pray in the street. He's allowing them to do their
Allowing them to
religion
pray?
right out in the open.
This is America. Anyone can do their religion right out in the open.
Yeah, she ignored them chanting USA with the Israel flag. Israeli flag being flown, especially with what she said about Israel. That's what I literally would have locked in on, and been like, especially if I was in her head, I'd been like, oh shit, these people love Israel. I don't like Israel. They killed Charlie Kirk. Why am I watching this video? And no, instead it's reinforcing what she believes and how she feels. She can ignore that shit because she compartmentalizes.
So what are you talking about?
They want him
It's
gone
pure
for some
racism.
reason. What's the reason?
I don't see it
I don't
that
know.
way, actually.
Mom, they're saying deport Mamdani. Why?
What is it?
Because they don't want him as mayor.
Why deport him? Why not vote him out?
Yeah, that's what he should have said, probably. You're correct.
Okay, it's because that guy's racist. Talking about the Quran, Sharia law. Zohran Mamdani's not trying to impose Sharia law on New York City.
So far.
She said she would. Only way she'd change her mind is if Trump pardons Maxwell or was convicted for being in the files. Never happening. So that's the thing. I had planned on making a video about all that stuff, about her changing her tune about Trump and all that jazz. So I personally think that Maxwell's probably going to get pardoned in the next, I would say, like maybe month and a half, 2 months. They're going to try and do it covertly, just let it just slide through the cracks until people are like, "Hey, she's not in prison anymore." And then when that happens, she is legitimately going to bend over, like she's going to do gymnastics to say like, "Oh, but he had to do it because of X, Y, and Z." You can chunk it at me. Thank you. She's going to do it. She's just going to bend over backwards to just justify it. She's not going to ever give up on Trump. And I think the only way she'll ever give up on Trump is if, I think when Bob passes, I think that's the only like light at the end of the tunnel. God, I hope you're wrong.
Okay.
She said this about the Iran war. She said that legitimately Kamala was going to get us into a war with Iran. Commuting the sentence will be her excuse. Yeah. He had to do it because Israel made him. Yes. See, that's the thing. It's going to come out in that type of like statement. Because here's the thing, and I kind of feel bad for her in this sense. I think that she cannot admit that she's wrong. She made a poor choice. I think this is like, anytime I think about MAGA people, I think it's that. I think they're so hard-headed that they can't admit, like, man, this is fucking bad. Like, this is beyond the pale bad. But I can't admit that I made a mistake because that shows weakness. The reality is this. If Mary Lou said, like, yeah, I made a bad choice voting for Trump, I would be just very much in the, you know what? I'm glad you're saying that. Thank you for saying that. And I would forgive her. I would forgive anyone, because I think, I may be, talking a bunch of shit right now because we're watching this video. But my stance is this, like, there is a level of understanding you have to come into a conversation with a MAGA person about. Like, you have to go in there being like, hey, I'm going to have a conversation with someone who does not agree with me. If I go in there and think of it as a debate, we're not going to make actual, like, any sort of meaningful dialogue. Nothing's going to happen there. So I need to go into a conversation with them being like, hey, let's talk about this. Let's discuss this stuff. Here's how it's affecting people. And, walk away with a handshake at that point. I see so many people debating lately, and it's so infuriating because it's just people talking over each other. It's loud, it's obnoxious, and it's just mean. And it sucks. People like her only change their mind when it affects them. Yeah. Now she wants healthcare because Bob got sick and insurance said, fuck you. They need to win and be right before being correct. I'd only forgive them if they immediately all said, and now I'm not voting Republican anymore.
I just
They'll
don't,
always
like,
vote
you
Republican.
use these fucking clips of
They
these
always will.
maniacs to justify your position against
Like a
some
game,
political candidate or political person or whatever. Mamdani is a U.S. citizen, therefore cannot be deported. Well, I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe Trump would still, but can't be deported under current law. All the stuff he's talking about, Muslims and the Quran and all of that, it's just pure racism.
Well, I'm just showing that to you to show you not everyone loves that mayor, which you have
But
told
those
me they
people
do.
who don't love him because they're racist. There is no other basis for it.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about this a little bit after this episode, but I have a portion of my family that is pretty hardcore MAGA, and it's always been about how I can come out ahead. That is literally the mentality. I don't agree with that. I think it's awful. But we'll kind of dive into it a little bit later.
How about all the taxes that now he's raised like 26% or whatever? All of that. Anyway, I just wanted to show
You're
that
not
to you.
hearing me at all. Okay.
He's not.
You're
Yeah.
not hearing me. Okay.
Do you want to now?
That's the shit that when I'm editing, that's the stuff that I latch onto, and it drives me. It is an earworm. I don't believe that Mary Lou will change, even if Bob weren't in the picture. Tina, I'm with you on that one. It's this ebb and flow where I see I think she's tired sometimes when she's doing these episodes, and I think she kind of just gives in, being like, yeah, I really don't like that. She's lost. Yeah, I agree with that. She's incapable of receiving opposing information. Yeah, because it's an affront to her. It is saying, hey, you're wrong in her head, even though someone's trying to present it to her. Now, I will say this about Chad, and when it comes to him providing her information, there is this level of do we use the what is it, the pickup artist, like the nagging that happens? Like, he kind of nags her a little bit whenever she's kind of like giving in, being like, so now you don't like Trump? And in my head, anytime I hear him say that, I'm like, this lady is about to tell you, no, I still love him, because she does not want to admit that she is wrong. I think if you let it lie and like moved on, it probably would help her out a lot. But I think she pushes back because she does not like being told, you don't like Trump.
Now look at your clip and article.
That would be great.
Okay, here's the clip you sent me. This is, I guess, a local news story about a drunk driving accident.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Located very close to me here.
All right.
All morning long, it is devastating. A car crash on I-40 near Czech Hall Road kills 4 people, putting 1 in the hospital. We know that they are young. We're learning more about their identities. It happened just after 12:30 this morning.
Yeah, Oklahoma Highway Patrol is now reporting this.
I'm gonna see. Is it gonna be someone who's illegal that caused this fatality? Is that what the point is?
This horrific crash was the result of a wrong-way driver. Our Brianna Brown is live out on I-40 right now with the very latest. Brianna, kind of just tell us exactly what happened earlier this morning.
Robin, yes, this crash has since cleared about an hour ago.
I agree with that
We're
one.
on I-40 right near Czech Hall Road. Now, this was in the westbound lane, the eastbound lanes rather, here, just if you're coming from El Reno into Oklahoma City, this is where that crash was. Now, we were first here on scene at 12:30 when this call came in. Oklahoma Highway Patrol confirming that this crash was caused by a wrong-way driver. That's 26-year-old Michael Solomon Rosario Cruz, who was driving in the westbound and the eastbound lanes and hit a second car, and that second car was being driven by 20-year-old Kiersey Hickson, and they had 3 passengers in that vehicle who also were killed. Quincy Jones, Haley Salazar, and Brad Palmer were also in that vehicle. Now, Rosario Cruz was taken to the hospital. The wrong-way driver, was taken to the hospital in critical condition. We also have video of that wrong-way driver just minutes before this crash was called in. I'm going to send.
So were they a truck driver?
Back to you guys.
All right, Brianna, the reporting there. You're looking at video right now sent in to us from Ryan Morlock. He was on I-40 early this morning about 12:30.
Okay.
Okay, 3 racist bangers from ML today. This is when I gave up on her. The way she reacted in the last week or so when Bob was out of the picture makes me think she's mostly loyal MAGA because of him. I think when Bob came home, they turned on Newsmax, and it just went right back to reprogramming time. She's like, okay, yeah, hey, I'm getting to watch the news now because Bob's home, and I got to hang out with Bob. I got to do it.
So, tragic, obviously. Why did you want to see this?
First of all,
Why did we want to see this?
sympathy to the families of those 4 children, young adults that were killed, ages 18 to 20. Sympathy to all those families. This just hit home to me because that's very close in the vicinity of Oklahoma where we live.
Mm-hmm.
Reports by the Oklahoma Highway Patrol indicate that empty alcohol containers were found inside the suspect's vehicle, the man driving, the Rosario Cruz. He is facing charges as an undocumented immigrant who was driving illegally.
Yeah, I knew this was coming. It's really sad that this car crash happened. This should have not happened. No one should die by a drunk driver. It's the worst. It's like that is so devastating to go through. But to present this in the way that she is, saying, "Oh, it was close to me," you know, and then to include the bit about them being an illegal immigrant, you know, she obviously has an agenda here, and that's the gross part about this.
At the time of the fatal collision.
Yeah.
Now, undocumented immigrant. Where did he get his driver's license from? What state? Which states allow that?
Okay.
And then had he been prior arrests? I don't know. I think it is the most saddest story that I've heard in a long time.
Okay. So you also sent me an article with this,
Mhm.
which I read. I don't know if you read the whole thing. Nowhere in the article does it say anything about him being undocumented. It says he's on ICE detainer, which could mean he's undocumented. Maybe not. At least the thing you sent me doesn't have any conclusive information to that end.
Right here, official action reports by the Oklahoma Highway Patrol indicate everything I just read.
Okay.
That he
okay.
is
I'll
facing
believe it.
charges
That's fine.
as
Okay.
okay.
I'll believe what you're saying.
And we had brought this up on other podcasts.
Yes, I get it. Now let me ask you this. Will
What?
you be sending me similar clips of United States citizens who do similar things every week?
That is legitimately what I would respond to her anytime she sent me this shit. I'd be like, okay, so do you have the statistics for all of the U.S. citizens that have been in drunk driving accidents and that have killed people in the last X days? Do you have that information?
Week.
They should not be drinking and driving.
Right.
Also,
Oh my God, really? No one should be drinking and driving.
but how did this man get a license? That's the part I don't understand. And I read more and more stories like this about truck drivers going wrong ways and killing people.
Yeah, Chad is speaking the language of truth. ML is using the language of emotion. That's the disconnect. It's like speaking Welsh to a dog. Yeah. Worried about licensing when Bob drove against doctor's orders at 4 a.m. to go to the bank. His crazy work, ML. Yeah. I didn't realize he did that. Shit. Yeah, Chad took the right approach, and here we go. ML's about to be very Bob about it. And let's see here. Chad handles this part pretty well. Brace yourself for the response. Yeah, the response so far has been horrendous.
Those stories that are coming to you are coming to you because you're in the kind of Newsmax vortex.
Okay.
They're being promoted to you because the algorithms know that it makes you angry or scared. And so it's just going to keep serving you that information. Of course, this is tragic.
Story, yeah, but this story didn't come to me that way. This came local news.
Well, I hate to break it to you. Your local news is basically Trump news. Oklahoma.
I believe most of the news stations in the United States are owned by Clear Channel. Someone can correct me on that, but I believe that is the majority owner. My 13-year-old nephew was hit and killed while riding his bike by a 21-year-old driver, 58 miles in a 25 zone while barred from driving. You don't need a license to drive and kill someone. You don't. This is something I don't think I've ever shared on in any public platform, but I had a cousin who was when she was 10 years old. I was about 11 at the time. She was hit by a drunk driver while her and her mom were driving at night. And, I take it very seriously. Like when people say, hey, Clear Channel, something clear. Yeah. So I take it very seriously when someone says, "Hey, I've had a few drinks, I'm about to drive." You know, I try to tell people, "Don't do that. Let's get you a car. Let's do something else." You know, because it's crazy. It's insane. Oh shoot, Joel, you never heard the AI song Chad made about Bob illegally driving at the Hank at 4 a.m.? Send it to me. You gotta check that one out. We will all listen to it together. Yeah, local news is a joke now. 100%. Yeah, Sinclair, ComCorp, Clear Channel, Omnicom, a few companies own 80% of them. Yep. All media is right-wing controlled. Ted Turner was the last legitimate liberal owner. Even though I would say I would probably push Ted Turner kind of center. He had a lot of left-leaning ideas, and plus he was married to Jane Fonda forever, who is like progressive before progressive. But yeah, I'll listen to that song, by the way. But yeah, no. Just getting back to what I was saying though, I remember when it happened, and to this day, like anytime someone talks about drunk driving and things like that, it is one of those few things that I can remember vividly, and I think alcohol is like one of the most dangerous things that you can give anyone. I'm fairly sober myself. I don't really drink, and if I do drink, it's like one drink here and there. I don't drive or anything like that. But I think alcohol is awful. I think I don't think it's a need. I want Chad to ask ML, what about the kids essayed by January 6ers Trump pardon? Oh, 100%. That's the shit that she ignores. 100%. Anytime that is brought up, her eyes glaze over, and then she's like, "They were patriots," and you're like, "Bro, shut the fuck up." They were not patriots. You watched the footage. I watched the episode where she watched the footage. It's the worst drug currently. Yeah, I would say. Most people don't. I don't think people can really, if they're taking heroin, get in a car. So Joel's 420 friendly, 100%. Yeah, if you want to smoke weed, by all means, go for it. High five. Fucking get high. We can all watch Cheech and Chong together. I'll hang out with you. Yeah. I think weed is like, in the grand scheme of things, who gives a shit, Like, there's so many benefits of like actually taking it, especially for cancer patients and stuff like that. Like, fuck. Yeah. I grew up in the 90s, and I remember how I went through the DARE program. That shit was crazy. That shit was nuts. Those ones shouldn't have been pardoned, but they were. Yeah, Trump got in the White House. He was going to do that. He's the most performative fucking president, along with being the most corrupt president. He does shit just to be like, "Look what I did. I'm Trump. I shit my pants and I breathed the January 6ers." Shit like that. You're like, "Bro, get the fuck out of here. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you."
Oklahoma. Do you know what the Sinclair Media Group is?
Hey.
Not really.
We talked about this on our show.
Oh, yes.
It's these companies that own all of the local news stations.
I did not pre-watch. I promise.
Aligned with Trump. So they're going to pump out the same kind of stuff that Newsmax does to keep you afraid and racist and all of that shit. Mm-hmm. You're sending me this because you believe that guy is undocumented.
It says he is.
I understand. But you're not sending it to me because of the atrocity of the crime.
Yes, I am. Four beautiful lives have been lost.
I get it. 4 beautiful lives have been lost. But you don't send me clips like this every time 4 beautiful lives are lost. Only when it's, in your mind, an undocumented person.
Well, if he shouldn't have been here, he should have been somewhere else. He wouldn't have killed them, right?
But
that's what my mind goes
to. But in the grand
scope
of drunk driving fatalities in this country, I think U.S. citizens are way more responsible. I'm going to Google this right now.
It doesn't matter percentages, Chad.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. She did not just fucking say that. Ay. You can't have it. You can't have it both ways, lady. You can't be like, They're doing it. They're killing everyone. These illegal immigrants, these undocumented people. They're killing people, and then be like, well, let's look up the fucking statistics and confirm that they don't matter. Stop looking them up.
Just trying to show you that this was one story,
Fucking honey badger
one
of
event
fucking MAGA.
that I have been talking about in the past in regard to California giving illegal immigrants licenses when maybe they shouldn't have them, not being able to read the street signs, the road signs, going down the wrong way. That's why I sent it. Sympathy to the families. It's a very sad story. I probably shouldn't even brought it.
But like not being able to read the street signs is it's just not a correct argument.
I think it's a pretty big one. Turn left, turn right. Where do I go? Which way am I going? I think that's
But you're in traffic. You've driven in other places, whether you can read the street signs or not. You know green means go, red means stop. And you're moving with the flow of traffic. This guy was driving the wrong way down a freeway. I don't think, and yes, it's because he was drunk. It's not had nothing to do with not being able to read street signs. So even in your mind, you have this idea that is racist. They can't read English, therefore they have no idea what to do when they get behind the wheel of a car.
This is probably the worst episode for my first live stream watching this. Hey, what's up, Elena? Or Elena? Yeah, we're doing a watch party. This is probably the worst one because I am pausing left and right. If this was like, a couple of episodes ago, I've been like, you know what? More power to her. She's doing good. She's doing a good job. She's doing great. And then now I'm sitting here going like, fuck. I'm like screaming. Hold on. Let's see if we can get this working.
No, God!
Yeah.
No, God, please, no! No! No!
Yeah.
No!
That's all I'm doing right now. There she goes, pretending to be upset. I shouldn't have even brought it. I brought it up. Yeah. Watching her face is always fascinating to me. Yeah, I focus in, I don't know if it's like a weird sort of like tick, but like, or obsession. People's facial expressions always give me like a good laugh or a good like, like I look at Mary Lou, and when I get mad, I just look at the faces she makes sometimes, and I sometimes go into a state of like, oh my God, there's just nothing going on here, like up in the brain. She's incapable of like connecting dots. It's crazy. D-Money, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Fully admits to driving when he wasn't supposed to, and even made a comment about how he shouldn't say it and have evidence online. Then the next episode at the beginning, Chad brings it up and plays it. I need to hear it. No, please go ahead and keep pausing to talk. I need my frustration voice. Honestly, like I'm at that point where we're going to be here all night. God, this episode's fucking, I'm going to admit this. Like this is beyond the pale.
That's not accurate.
I mean, here, you know what? Look, Trump.
I always like to hang around with losers.
Trump loves losers, loves people who cannot think for themselves. He loves it.
They can't read English. It could be a little tough.
Okay. I just
she wants to be right. Exactly. 100%.
Because it plugs into the idea you have that all undocumented immigrants are criminal in some way.
No. Give me credit, Craig. We're actually 20 minutes in to a 42-minute video.
Mass harm to United States citizens. But the truth is, the very crime that you're showing in this video is probably committed.
This is a great stream idea.
Killing
it as a host. Thank you. Appreciate that, Drew.
But you don't show me that clip.
But to be in the United States,
and I know Chad's getting to this right now. She doesn't show these clips because she knows it does not feed into the narrative she wants to feed into.
If you're a citizen, you can be here. If that man was undocumented, he shouldn't have been here. So then maybe those lives would have been saved. That's the way my brain thinks.
I understand, but what about all the other lives that get taken by U.S. citizens?
Right. That's not good either.
But why aren't you showing me those clips?
Because that one was in the news. and it was undocumented person driving that vehicle.
Okay.
And we talked about it before. Let's move on. I don't want to cry. Okay.
Oh my God. That is so manipulative, by the way. That is so fucking manipulative. We need to move on. I don't want to cry. It's like, ma'am, you would not, if this was someone else, if it did not involve an undocumented person, you wouldn't give a shit. You would just move on. You just move on. You wouldn't shed a tear. Love that you were an Office fan. There's always a reference for ML there. From there, yeah. Mine would be, Mary Lou, why are you the way that you are? Oh, I put that in like almost every video. I think everyone in the cast has said it at least once or twice. More Office references. I'll do that. I'll do it. The thing, that's the thing though, she doesn't consciously realize it. She severely lacks self-awareness. Oh, 100%. She is hardcore self-absorbed in a way that, like, it's going to take something earth-shattering for her to step out of that, like, comfort zone that she's currently in. It's not going to happen until, like, I think when Bob passes away, there's a possibility, or something happens to maybe her horse. Like, that's the other thing. I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is. That's her ultimate move when she's cornered. So fake. Yeah, I figured that out, like, when I made one of the first videos on this channel, and in the comments someone goes, she's not going to watch that video because her dog that passed away like last year is in the video. She's going to break down crying. And apparently she watched it a few times. Her and Chad watched it on stream too. And she didn't shed a single tear. Like, I have seen her cry about the dog on like a live too. And so when someone pointed that out, I was like, oh shit, yeah, maybe she'll cry, and I don't want that to happen. She thought it was funny. Particularly reactive to her little tricks like this. This is one of her classic manipulations to end the conversation. It's not a gambit. She used this on her children their whole lives. 100%. Yeah. She didn't give a shit about Renee Good or Alex Brady. No. Not one fucking tear. Nope. Zero. I've talked about this like randomly in a few posts or maybe even comments. I actually wrote, before I did the first video that was like just basically a compilation of Mary Lou's, like, I don't like that, whatever that was. I was writing I had a full script written out where it was kind of like talking about the misinformation about Mary Lou and Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and how she's part of a cult. Like, it was literally, the whole entire thing was called So You Might Be in a Cult. And there's still meat there. Like, I should probably just rewrite it at this point, but there's still some meat there. I don't know. I feel like I watch the Hasan video weekly. It makes me laugh so much. Which one do you watch? That tells me a lot about you. It tells you a lot about you, depending on which one it is. If it's just the one where it's just moaning, which is, I think,
Joel's broadcast.
Oh, not that.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I mean, that was so funny when I heard that.
There's my Mr. Piker. There's my Mr. Piker.
Oh, what a start. What a start to the day. Oh.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to show you now a clip. It's a little bit of a longer clip. I believe it's 3 minutes roughly. This is from Liz Oyer. She was Biden's pardon attorney. Okay?
Let's see. Okay. Let's hear this.
And she has a very good Instagram account where she explains a bunch of shit going on with Trump. This is her talking specifically about his insider trading and corruption. Here we go.
Hey everybody, if there's anyone in your life who still needs proof that Donald Trump is looting our government, there's something I'd like you to show them. This is called Form 278T, also known as a periodic transaction report. Government officials, including the president, are legally required to complete this form every time they buy or sell a stock or bond worth more.
I feel like this is something they've already talked about. Like these disclosures are already out there, and I think they've talked about it on a previous episode. I don't know if he needs to like reinforce it with her, but I feel feel like this is like a topic they go over pretty regularly.
More than $1,000. The goal is to prevent conflicts of interest between their official duties and their personal financial interests. In May, Trump filed a Form 278T for the first quarter of 2026. It is 113 pages long, and it lists more than 3,600 stock trades between January and March. Trump bought and sold hundreds of millions of dollars in stocks, including big tech, defense contractors, media companies, crypto, and more. What's notable about this is not just that Trump is really rich, it's that he is heavily invested in companies whose businesses are directly affected by policies he is making. He is actively trading in their stocks at the same time he is making decisions that influence the value of those stocks. For example, Trump invested in both Paramount and Warner Brothers while his Justice Department is reviewing their proposed merger. He invested in Oracle at the same time he brokered their deal to buy TikTok.
I just need to say this out loud real quick. If we can get a Democratic president in office, I would love for a progressive one to be in office, but just a Democratic person in office, they need to go to fucking town on everyone. I don't care if Trump has passed away. I don't care. Everyone that was in this administration, they need to go to town. They need to reverse everything that happened, and they need to go even further than that. They need to just start going to fucking town. Like, I mean, the level of corruption feels so, like, it feels like someone wrote this like it's fiction. Like, it's bizarre that we're dealing with this, and people are like, yeah, I'm fine with it. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
He invested in Palantir as they were awarded major government contracts worth over $1 billion. Trump is also buying crypto stocks while he is pushing a bill called the Clarity Act, which would help crypto companies. One of Trump's biggest buys was millions of dollars.
Yeah, and I think you're right, Craig. Democrats are the party that make you think there's a choice, but they never do anything to stop or counteract. The Republicans. I think that is going to have to stop. Taking DC to Pound Town, are we? Yeah. I mean, if I was elected, I would just be like, let's go. Like, guess what? The entire Trump family, the entire administration, everyone that's involved in this insane like corruption. Yeah, we're all going on trial. Guess what? I'm not gonna do what you say you're gonna do. I'm not gonna put you in, like. What were they talking about? Firing squads at one point in time? No, I'm not going to do anything like that. I'm just going to put you in federal prison for the rest of your fucking life.
In NVIDIA stock. NVIDIA makes advanced AI chips, which they have been trying to sell to China for years. The U.S. government has restricted the sale to protect our national security. But NVIDIA's CEO...
Wouldn't that be like the icing? Wouldn't that be just the fucking heel turn of a lifetime? He's like, hey, look, I'm showing you guys all the corruption. Let's fix it. I would laugh if that was it was going to happen. Oh, and add justice to the Supreme Court. Yeah, 100%. They need to pack the Supreme Court at this point, or give term limits. I think term limits is probably the better option. No, actually, I think both. I think packing and term limits is probably going to be your best options there. My in-laws could be ML and Bob. In fact, my father-in-law personally knew Trump. He also was a CPA FIL, passed in 2019, and MIL. Doubled down on her MAGA moron no hope for ML. No. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about this in a bit after we get through this, but yeah, we're gonna have to do something with the Supreme Court though. The Supreme Court is absolutely in Trump's pocket.
Lobbied Trump for months to change that
insane.
Policy, and in December, Trump agreed. Then Trump went a step further. This week, he took NVIDIA's CEO to China with him on Air Force One to sell their AI chips to the Chinese government. NVIDIA's stock price has now gone up 26% since January. Trump also took the CEO of Boeing to China with him after buying millions of dollars of Boeing stock. On the trip, they sold 200 Boeing airplanes to the Chinese government.
That was a great podcast.
It is impossible to look at this and not 100%. Ask, is Trump actually acting in the interests of...
Damn, fuck Uncle Clarence Thomas. Damn, dude, that is crazy. The problem is the party system. Even with the court, two private clubs control America. Reject them, support independence. 100% agree with you, Drew. 100% agree. That's why I'm like, what excites me most about what's been going on lately is like there are progressive candidates actually being voted in. We kind of have like the liberal kind of like Tea Party happening, and it's a class war, and Republicans and Democrats are on the same side, 100%. I used to tell people who there's a person who I used to interact with back in like before Trump was elected the first time, who's like, oh, they're both bad, yada yada yada. I was like, yeah, but there's one that is like worse than the other, and I still believe that. I still think Republicans, for the most part, have no concern or care for anyone other than themselves, and Democrats like to play this game where they like, we care about everyone, and then they're all funded by Israeli lobbyists. Tallarico, please. Yeah, I'm a Texan. I'm, like, look, I don't know who I was talking to someone in one of the Discord servers, and I was like, yeah, it's really cool that Ken Paxton won because that gives us like an edge with Tallarico. But I still don't I want to have that hope that Tallarico can win. I just don't know if the conservatives are gonna do what they're gonna do going into these midterms. I just feel like corruption is actually like an actual like legit worry. It's not like hidden; it's like out in the open, and that's terrifying.
The American people, or is he placing his own financial interests first? Other presidents have chosen to sell off their stocks or place them in a blind trust to avoid conflicts of interest. But Trump has refused to do that.
Craig Haley said something very similar on LibSibs the other day. And I want to think that would never happen. I'm in Texan too. Fingers crossed for Tallarico. I'll be honest with you. I hope and kind of pray that Ken Paxton's like past, like his history has a direct effect on his basically his polling and the people who are voting for him. I actually think a large chunk of the MAGA people who voted for Trump, I think, did not go out, especially in Texas. I don't think they went out and voted for anyone. I think they just stayed home. And I think the hardcore, like the diehard MAGA, went out and actually voted in the primaries. I also go down the rabbit hole and have those thought experiments of like, well, actually, maybe it's all just a lie, and they cheated anyway, and they wanted Paxton. I don't understand why you want Paxton, but yeah, I'm in a blue dot in Tennessee. It feels so hopeless here. Yeah, I live in a small city that is in Texas that is very well known for being liberal. It is slowly turning not liberal. There is like a few towns in the area too that are just like they have the the giant billboards that say like Trump was right, and it's like, God damn it, man! Like these people have drank the Kool-Aid and then some.
The definition of corruption is using official power for private gain. By that measure, Trump is hands down the most corrupt president in history. The Form 278T is a roadmap to the ways he is personally profiting from the powers of the
She can't even look at the screen.
presidency.
I just want to point that out.
Thanks.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about this on Sunday, but there you have concretely laid out before you. Over 3,600 stock trades since January, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Have you been to Haley's Bakery? You should go. If not, I don't live. I still live around the Austin area, so she's in Dallas. I think we talked about like doing a day trip one day, but I think it's like a 6-hour like drive there and drive back. So I don't know, maybe. Hold on, Craig, you said. They never do. They always fuck off and look the other way every clip. Yeah, I know. She refuses to engage. Yeah, she's there's a part of me that feels like I watch some of this stuff and I go, I feel bad for her. And then there's another part of me, let me just put it this way. There's another part of me that's like, this woman reminds me of family members. Navy, hey, welcome in, Texan. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are blue in Texas right now. I'm just really hoping Tallarico pulls through. I really do. I need a win, like in some way.
All of these companies that he is helping so that their companies do well, meaning his stock trades do well.
Yep.
How do you think that is putting America first?
Yeah, that is not.
Okay.
But what she said is, didn't she say other presidents got out of their stock and did all that?
Yeah, she said that they all dumped their stock before becoming president. Critical thinking skills here, guys.
Trump has not. Where's
Yes.
the law that makes these presidents do it or not?
It is integrity. Oh my God, I know he's going to say this.
There is no law. There's an emoluments clause. There are certain kind of like things basically within our governmental system that make it the norm for presidents to do this. Also to reveal your tax return when you become president. Trump didn't do any of that shit.
Nope.
So there isn't a law against it per se, but there is a law against insider trading, which he's
Right.
doing. Unfortunately, he can't be prosecuted because the Supreme Court made a ruling saying that no sitting president can be prosecuted, basically.
Then why? Then if people are in such an uproar, why aren't there people right now on the floor introducing?
Because they're all doing it themselves. Like, this is the funny part is like, I think anytime I watch Mary Lou, I'm like, there's this critical thinking skill just missing when it comes to like, let's connect the dots. Why are people not bringing this up to the floor? Because they're all fucking doing it. They're all in on it. When this came up recently, the Jubilee debate with Glenn Greenwald, the Trumpers were like, "You were jealous. He's a smart businessman who makes money." Barf. Yeah, no. What they don't understand is that he is cheating the system. That is not being smart. That is just being a crook. Texas Democrats need to get out and vote. We have a problem of not voting here. We have so many registered that don't vote. It's so frustrating. In Navy, the reason why is, I mean, if you look at the past elections, I'm going back even to Beto O'Rourke, and even the bit before that, I don't think there's ever been a candidate outside of God, what's her face? God, she's on King of the Hill. But anyway, Ann Richards. There we go. Ann Richards. I don't think there's been a candidate out there that has been able to do anything in the Democratic Party in Texas. I just don't think there has been anyone who can get into the Senate that way. Yeah, Ann Richards, yeah. So my stance is this, like, we do need, I think people are going to be energized. I think with everything that's been going on, I think we'll see more people voting this time around. I'm hoping so. It seems stupid to vote for the first time since Beto. We have a chance to make a difference. Yeah, I think that's what it is too. Like, I think people can now see, like, we do have someone in Tallarico, by the way. I think I was telling Suzanne about this, but I was like, you know, the first time I saw Tallarico, I saw him like maybe about 7 or 8 months ago. And I was like, this dude is probably one of the most compassionate and smartest people I've ever seen, you know, going up against someone, you know, going against the Republicans and going to the Senate race since Beto O'Rourke. I liked Beto. He was really cool. I love Ann Richards. Everyone loved Ann Richards, I believe. But here's the thing. He was so compassionate and wants everyone to be, you know, just happy. He wants trans lives to matter. He wants all of these things. And he's evangelical, right? So it's like so crazy to see something like that come out of, you know, a religious sort of background, you know? Have so much hope for Tallarico. Me too. Did anyone else but me wonder why Bob and ML are so well off and they didn't just pay for Bob to stay at the rehabilitation place and get the best care? So Patricia, I think I have an answer for that one. And I know this because I work for people who liked free. They have the money. They could totally do it. And Bob worked for a bunch of billionaires. They have a ton of money. I don't know how much money they have. I can't really speak to the volume, but I know they have a ton of money. They could have done something. You know, they could have paid for his care. They could have paid for the rehabilitation center, all of that stuff. But because it was going to come out of their wallet, because they're probably rich, allegedly. Let me just put allegedly out there. They probably don't want to dip into their hoard, their money. You know, it's like Scrooge McDuck. You know, like he doesn't want to give up a coin. He wants to keep it all.
Something to stop presidents to
That's
do
how I
this.
look at it. Them
I
anyway.
don't see anybody
There
on the
already
floor
is
right
a
now.
law that stops anyone from insider trading, president or not.
Yeah.
But the Supreme Court has said that the president cannot be charged with anything, cannot be prosecuted with anything. So he can commit crimes openly and there is no recourse. That's where we are now. But when you're saying, you know, first you're trying to deflect to like, well, what about other presidents? They liquidated their stock.
Okay.
Why don't we have a law about
Kaiser,
that?
you're right.
You're
Right.
I have to
already
look it up. I was like, wait, what is
I want you to just look at what Trump is
the
doing.
rich are rich?
here.
Yeah, that's
The rich are rich because they don't want to spend their money. They would rather have you pay for it. Exactly. It's why trickle down economics does not work. They are cheap. Bob has said that he's a multimillionaire. Oh, I know. He said it a few times on the podcast. I just don't want to get like ding being like, he's actually not a million. He's not a multimillionaire. He's just a millionaire. You're like, all right, I'm going to speak with the alleged in front of that. I've heard him say it. Yeah, I will just say this. Look, we're in this mess because people are undereducated. That's the reality. They had a horses in a ranch or some shit. They still have, I think, a horse. I don't know if they own the ranch or the stable, but I think they rent a stable. Of course, they're rich. Yeah. Look, let me just say this. I worked around people who owned horses, and the amount of money that is thrown around, not for the faint of heart.
That's a lot of money.
Okay.
And he's making a lot of money.
So you have to look
Bob
at it
is
like
in a
this.
book about
Trump
billionaires.
does not
Yeah,
have.
I remember that.
What are you doing there? What's going on?
Give me your thoughts on it. Yeah.
I've never heard of that form she was talking about, and I Googled it, the 278T IRS form.
Okay. Do you need a second to read it?
No, I just read it. It is a form.
All right, just listen to what I'm saying, please.
I'm listening.
Donald Trump, you just saw evidence of this, and you yourself even admit that this is not putting America first.
Yep.
Right?
His primary motivation is money in all of these cases. Everything he does is to enrich himself, including the war with Iran.
Horses live to die. They're expensive. Yeah, hilly. They're also, I think, technically an invasive species as well. They're not from. I mean, I remember I had this conversation with I think Suzanne, and it was like, yeah, wild horses, like horses may have like been in the continental United States at one point in time, like a long, long time ago, but they all died out, and the only things that were left, I believe, were the European and Asian horses, I think. But I believe, yeah, all the European settlers like brought horses with them. They're not from here. Yep. I had to look it up because I was getting challenged. It was like, I don't think that's right. I'm like, I actually remember watching that. Probably going to go through home health nurses faster than shit. I bet you. Okay, I'm not going to say that thought. There's a thought that I had. I'm going to be nice. Home health care is going to take a nice dip in that money. She can't take care of him by herself, and he is awful, so they may have to pay extra. You know, Cujo, you're right. I personally think, look, they're in Oklahoma. I'm pretty sure the people that are working for them probably identify with Bob a little bit. Thank you, Craig. That's where my brain was going. I know two people with horses. It's a very expensive hobby. Yeah. You know, I don't want to get myself in trouble. Let's just say I saw someone spend a ton of money buying horses, and I was baffled. I was like, that is life-changing money, and I'm not talking like $100,000.
Including all of these insider trades he's making. So how can that person be in charge of the United States in a way that would help our country if all he's doing is trying to make money for himself?
I think he's trying to do it both ways. I think he's
Bitch, please.
trying to make our country stronger. He's
Mom.
trying to do that for his personal gain, which he should not be doing. I do
Yeah.
agree with you on that.
You just saw this clip.
Right.
NVIDIA makes the most powerful chips used in AI in the world. He just let them sell those chips to China.
Right.
One of our enemies. They now have AI that is better than ours because of that.
Right. And I don't
How
like,
is that helping our country?
it's not. And I don't like that he's letting them buy up farmland. I
Yes.
don't like that at all.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, side of ham, you're okay. You're okay. I'm exhausted.
I don't like that he's killing our animals and my butterflies.
Yes.
He's got a lot of strikes right now going against him with me.
But it's not I'm not
Look, if what you're doing is enriching yourself, obviously you're not looking after anyone else. I'll join the next one for sure. Yes, I'm gonna start doing these on Wednesdays. I think if people want to hang out and do that, I kind of want to be a little bit of a support group at this point. Anyone else notice ML taped a picture of Shiny over the picture of Chad and Haley in the background of the midweek episode when Chad was in Oklahoma? I saw that and I was all like, that must have been a joke. Like, I bet you Chad might have done it as like a let's see how long she notices.
It's like you keep saying
This
there's these
photo
X's
taped up over
he's
me.
getting strikes against him.
Sundays too. Look, if people want to do Sundays, like I'll do Sundays. I got to make sure that's going to be. We're gonna make sure that that's going to be okay with Suzanne. Bless Chad's heart. He and Haley think they are getting through to her, like beating your head against a brick wall, a million feet thick brick wall. So yeah, Cujo, Chad said something pretty interesting in, I believe, one of the lives, and I kind of look at it that way too a little bit. I think when people get really close to pushing against like this cult sort of mentality, or these like cult tendencies, they tend to like fight harder to hold on to what they identified as before they just officially let it go. Now, do I think she's at that point? No, I was tricked a couple weeks ago where I was like, she's getting better. Yeah, she's good. She's doing good. I'm gonna be nice to her. Bob's sick, and then she had that thing where when she was talking the way she was talking to Haley, I was just like, I am not happy right now. Sunday, be tough since they upload at the same time, right? So Sundays they typically upload at like 4. I would probably, because I don't want to overlap on his his stream or anything like that. How about okay with Chad? They do a live on Sunday. You're gonna do it after? I would have to do it like really late at night if that was the case, because it would be about like 9:30, 10 here when they're done. I don't know. I don't want to overlap too much, but I don't mind doing another one though. Maybe it be Monday, maybe Monday and Wednesday. Leopards can't change spots, and yes, they eat faces. 100%.
I'm trying to get you to see there's a
next clip. Watch your
fundamental
smirk.
problem
Okay, let's
here.
go.
He's not acting in the best interest of this country, of which he is the president. It is all a grift. He is using that position of power to enrich
perfect for me.
himself.
I'm a
in
night
ways
owl
we
too.
have never seen a president do. You have clear evidence of that now. 3,600 trades since January in 6 fucking months.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Like I said, why can't someone get on the floor and stop this? Why aren't the Democrats screaming this at the top of their lungs?
That I don't know. I don't think the Democrats are good. I don't think anybody in the current American political...
I agree with Chad here. I would have gone a little bit further and said like they're all in on it. Like they're all corrupt too. And that's the issue right now is like everyone in our government, not everyone, I'm going to say the majority of the House and the Senate all have some form of, lobbyist behind them, APAC. And on top of that, they're all in it, in it with each other when it comes to, manipulating the stock market. We should stop ripping off the people, guys. Yeah. That one person in the back, and then that person's all of a sudden just missing. Hey, isn't there a rep right now, Republican rep that's missing? And like their doctor came out and was all like, "He's fine. He had a little bit of an incident, and he's gonna be back soon." And everyone's all like, "Is he dead?" God, what was I watching? I was watching that, and I was like, "What the fuck is happening here?"
Political system knows what the fuck to do, because this is also
You wouldn't
happening
listen
at a
to them if
breakneck
they
pace.
did anyway.
3,600
Let's be
trades since January is like,
real.
that's insane. It's a
Hey, side of the ham. Hey, I'm gonna say this right now. I was beside myself watching that because I was just like, she double dipped into Tom Keene. Okay, she was double dipping on the racism, like one after another. Literally, it was just like, what the fuck is happening here?
It's an insane amount
Wild.
of shit. Plus, he's tweeting out every day, "I'm going to burn down Iran. Now we're going to war with Iran. Here's RFK.
That's him,
catching
yeah.
snakes." You know, it's just like the tonnage
Crazy
of it,
shit.
I think, has turned a lot of people off, and there's apathy to all of this stuff.
And one question I have: where is JD Vance? I haven't seen him lately.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, I have to talk about this right now because I brought up JD Vance. Did anyone see? God, is it Keith Edwards? I got to pull up. I got to pull it up, but he's on my list of people to talk about tonight. But someone came out with the video saying like it looks like Trump is about to kick JD out, and I'm like, bitch, please.
Lately, I know I haven't been on TV a lot.
His numbers are dipping, so I think they're moving him into the back.
That's not happening.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
JD Vance will hold on for
JD
dear
Vance,
life.
I want to keep you focused on this for a minute.
Okay.
The idea that you keep putting out there is like, oh, it's another strike against him, but he's still my president. This dude has never been your president. He is his own president. All he's doing is making as much money as he possibly can at the cost of American safety, American prosperity, etc.
She thinks this is funny.
I mean, everybody right now is paying exorbitant amounts for the same shit that cost way lower before this war. Gas, food, etc., etc. He doesn't give a fuck. He's come out and publicly said that. I don't even think about Americans' finances when I'm dealing with this war.
I think the one big thing he did early on that I was like, okay, here we go. He did close the border. The border.
Was it today? I avoid Hegseth because after his speech, quoting Marcellus Wallace in Pulp Fiction, I was like, this guy's an idiot.
Border is closed.
You keep
People
saying
are
that, but then you show me a clip of like, but here's this drunk driver who shouldn't have been here. Is the border
It's still
closed
not
or
closed.
not?
No.
It is closed, but those were people that came over early.
Okay, so this is something I want to pause real quick, and I want to point out this is some of the stuff that like Chad, like I wish Chad would push back on. Here it comes, Mary Lou's favorite deferral phrase. Yeah, I wish he would push back on this because that's not true. Like I don't know where. I understand she's getting it from not Fox News, but Newsmax. But the border's still open. You know, like it's still open. And it was pretty closed under Biden and even Obama. Obama's pretty fucking hardcore, if I'm going to be honest.
Early, and now they're stuck here, and now they can't go back. Okay. Or if they do, they'll
Borders
never
closed
come
is
back.
mind numbing. It's 100% mind numbing.
For you, him closing the border is worth him stealing billions of dollars from the United States.
Hegseth is disgusting. He's awful.
I said one thing.
Oh my God. I'll have to tell the story. I'll tell the story about, someone just remind me after we watch this. I'll tell the story about Hegseth.
Thing early on he did that I did like.
Involves me and a family member.
Let me play you this other clip.
Borders
This
are
is Rachel
imaginary,
Maddow.
100%.
She is talking about the slush fund and how corrupt that is. You ready?
Yeah.
Well, the reviews are in, and they're pretty much unanimous. I mean, quote, one of the single most corrupt acts in American history. Quote,
love that you're doing this.
Unparalleled in American history. Quote, the most brazen theft and abuse of taxpayer dollars by any president in American history. Quote, the largest single act of grand larceny in American history.
No, I didn't know that.
5 stars. Most corrupt thing ever. People are grasping for words to adequately describe the unprecedented nature and magnitude of what President Donald Trump is attempting to do right now. And this isn't even about the whole stocks fiasco we just talked about a couple minutes ago, which has also been revealed over the last few days, in which the president appears to have been buying stocks in companies right before he actively took steps as president to boost those companies.
Look, I'm not going to
Multiple
falter for hating Maddow. Because look, I'll be honest with you. There's certain things about Rachel Maddow that I don't hate Rachel Maddow. I think she's kind of peddling some of the same fear mongering that the right kind of like peddles, but it's more it's liberal coded, you know?
Millions of dollars. I mean that might be the biggest presidential corruption
It's like told
scandal
with like
in
a bit of
American history.
dramatic
Were it
behind
not
it.
for this other thing breaking at the same time about the same U.S. president. This 1.8 billion taxpayer dollars, $1.8 billion in taxpayer funds that Donald Trump is liberating from the U.S. Treasury to pay out to his friends and allies.
She's often unpalatable too. Yeah.
And look, I know there's a lot of coverage today that has described this fund. First of all, they're describing it as $1.7 billion. That's $1.8 billion. But you're also seeing a lot of descriptions, a lot of headlines about this thing, describing this fund as some kind of settlement of Trump's ridiculous lawsuit against the IRS. With all due respect to my friends in the beleaguered mainstream U.S. media, I got to say that coverage and those headlines need to be refreshed. Because while Trump might have, talked about his grievance against the IRS as a pretext to explain what he wanted to do here, the way this has worked out, it's basically totally unrelated. This pot of money, this $1.8 billion is not actually meaningfully connected to Trump's supposed grievance against the IRS. His lawsuit against the IRS is gone. Trump dropped it. So this $1.8 billion, this is not like a settlement that's being overseen by a judge or something. It is just something that Donald Trump told the government he controls to give him. And so now the government he controls is going to put almost $2 billion into a fund for him at the Justice Department, and Trump's attorney general will control the money.
So, okay, I'm going to pause real quick and point out something that I think is like a missed opportunity when talking to Mary Lou about the Justice Department. If you go back and like watch some of the older episodes, I go back and, because I do all the editing and stuff like that. And they always talk about how Biden literally used the Justice Department to go after Trump. When the reality was like, that's not the case. The FBI had information. Trump, like, I know people have forgotten about it at this point, but Trump was leaking like actual classified information. He had a ton of it just shoved in like random rooms, a bathroom, and they act like he was supposed to have that shit. She's thinking about Hasan right now. You're gonna give me an idea. I'm gonna pause like right here on a new video and just you're gonna hear.
There's my Mr. Piker. There's my Mr. Piker.
There is no judge involved. Neither the courts nor Congress is approving any settlement or overseeing any part of this.
Oh, what I was saying, Biden, though. Biden was not using the Justice Department to his own ends, even though I think presidents do use the Justice Department sometimes to push their agenda. I mean, look at Trump right now. But I don't think we've had it like waved in our faces, Like, this is just flagrant. Like, it's like, yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want now. And he's doing exactly what she's accused Biden, I think even Obama of. It's crazy.
This is just Trump getting a bunch, a ton.
Oh, and then the January 6th shit. Oh my God. There's another missed opportunity. Anytime she brings up the January 6th shit, like they need to be drilling into her like, hey, just so you know, Trump was president during Jan 6th. He controlled all of that shit. So when you talk about FBI agents being in the audience, he went after. He did not. E. Jean Carroll, really? That's fucked. Yeah, this is like hardcore. Like we're going down a rabbit hole of like this is just beyond the pale
of taxpayer money to dole out. Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin today called it, quote,
They'll say Biden
nothing
hired him.
but a racket designed to take taxpayer dollars
not
out of the
possible.
Treasury and pour it into a huge slush fund for Trump at DOJ to hand out to his private militia
I'm gonna
of
research that one.
insurrectionists, rioters, and white supremacists,
Jesus
including
fucking
those who
Christ.
brutally beat police officers on January 6th.
Okay. You've been talking about the slush fund on our show, saying that you believe the January 6ers deserve to get money. Do you see, though, what's happening here? Did that clip illuminate anything for you? What that slush fund actually is?
No, I listened to her. It's hard for me to listen
I knew that was going to come out of her fucking mouth.
to her. She's not one of my favorites, but I listened.
Okay.
We had talked about, and I know you say it doesn't matter who the person is speaking, blah, blah, blah. Well, she's not my favorite. Okay. We talked about this, and it's not a done deal. There are many lawsuits against this.
Hang on. It's not a done
What?
deal. He's trying to do it. You're
Right.
like, it
It's
may
not
not
a done
happen,
deal.
so then it won't be on him. He's doing this. And maybe the levers of power in our judicial system will effectively stop this. We don't know that. The bottom line is he came up with this bizarre fucking lawsuit against his own IRS. $10 billion. Because
You know, Amanda, I agree with you. I think there actually needs to be an infusion of like talking points from Hasan. Oh, here it comes. Okay. I think ML is truly evil now or truly stupid. There's no way she brings up the drunk driving video today without thinking about the person's name sounding Hispanic. I could cry right now. You're lying. I agree with you. She quote unquote did some investigation, like investigative research, and found that the person through her local news that they were quote unquote illegal. And I don't know if that's true or not. I will probably independently go and look that up.
somebody leaked my tax return. Do you
They
think?
shouldn't have leaked the tax
Okay.
return, and none of this would be happening.
Okay.
He should have just released the fucking tax return just like every other fucking president. The reason he didn't do it is because it shows that he just has never really made money.
Do you think if your tax return
flies in the face of who he is.
sue the IRS for $10 billion?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then would your personal attorney be the head of the DOJ and settle that lawsuit with you for $1.8 billion?
Probably not.
Probably not. You can see how it's corrupt. The entire thing is corrupt. He did that lawsuit knowing that he controls the DOJ, who would be the one overseeing the lawsuit.
Right.
I'm gonna jump in real quick because I see the conversation about the, like fact checking her. And yes, I think she's actually very, very tired. I think you can kind of see she's kind of withdrawn in these. Like it's very much I think she got a little bit of ADHD. I have it too, and I think she can just be like, oh, la, 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 la. And I think when she's tired, she's extra la 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 la. At least she's not staring at her notepad the entire time. Man, that notepad staring. But yeah, I kind of threw this out here, and I think a comment here and there and said that if they ever wanted me to do like live fact checking or even fact checking after the fact, like in an edited format, I would do it. I would do it. I would have no problem doing it. I just don't know if, I haven't really talked about this. I'm trying not to step on their toes too much because I think sometimes the content I do put out can be very pointed. I know Chad and Haley are pretty thick-skinned. My notes, you'll never let me look at my notes. That'd be awesome. I would love to do it. I just don't want to. There's an aspect of this, and I wasn't going to talk about it, but there was a comment left a couple days ago. I just kind of deleted it because I was just like, I'm not going to engage with this. But it is something that has been on my mind a little bit, which is, my content and making the content that I make. It is using their show. It is using those moments that they have, and I'm basically doing a voiceless critique, and that to me has always felt a little kind of like weird, but have we gotten to the part where she interrupts him by looking up what he said? And I think that's in a little bit. I think it was the one where they were talking about the audit forms Trump had to fill out when he made a purchase of over $1,000, like thinking like stocks and bonds and all that shit. But he was like looking around like, do you need some more time?
And then as long as his person's in there, they're just going to settle it and give him whatever he wants. Again, yes, maybe legally this will be overturned or it won't be able to happen. Fine. But he's trying to do it.
Thank you. I
He's trying
appreciate
to
that.
steal $1.8 billion of our money. That doesn't piss you off?
Yes, and like I said, let's give this time. I'm pretty sure this is not going to happen. There are a lot of suits back and forth.
You just said that. You just said that. That doesn't matter. Whether it happens or not doesn't matter. He's trying to do it. That person doesn't give a fuck about Americans or America or any of this. He's just trying to steal money.
Feels like Midas touch, and so his own clips fall sort of short. I don't know. Malik. Is it Malik? Or Malachi. I'm sorry, Malachi. I should know that. Children of the Corn, right? Not you're not the kid from Children of the Corn, but I kind of sometimes when I watch the show, I personally do not like some of the clips they use because I feel like it is those generic sort of like high end like doom and gloom, like, you know, it's happening again. It's like, yeah, I know we all know what's happening. But it's that type of stuff where it's like this sense of urgency. It's not matter of fact stuff. Like, here's what's happening. Here's how we fix this. And that's the shit that like I personally I need that more in my life. Yes, Children of the Corn. Yeah. Let's see. He only tried to murder her. Let's give this time to see what happens. No, probably. It's your criticism of it, and I think I speak for a few of us, but your words are our thoughts. I wouldn't mind more pointed content, but of course we don't want to hurt ML, who can definitely take a joke. Yeah, so that's the thing. There was a point in time where I was like when I first was starting doing the like Mary Lou stuff, and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna go ham on this. And they saw it, she laughed at it. But then there was this moment when she was talking to I always forget her name. God, it's the person they had on a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna have to look it up. But she says she was so angry when mentioning me. Like I could hear it in her voice, and it made me go, I need to like probably pause a little bit. I just feel, is it cinnamon, right? Am I wrong? To do mental gymnastics to get around why peppermint. Thank you. I was like, it is a form of spice or mint, and I couldn't remember what it was. So I was like, it's there. She'll do mental gymnastics to get around why she still has to support her president because of the troops and her patriotism. Yeah, and that's the rub for me is her actually being so okay with the Iran war after all of the bullshit she talked really drove me up the wall. Like she was talking a bunch of bullshit. Kamala's going to do it. Or is it Kamala? Was she saying Kamala, right? Oh man, it drives me up the wall. It's the same thing Hasan and Secular Talk do. They comment on work others have done. We love it. Yeah, I mean,
straight out of the treasury.
Look, I'll say this about Hasan. I love Hasan Piker. It was actually kind of like surreal having him watch a video of mine, by the way. But I love him to death. I've loved him for years, even before all the BS with H3H3. I know there's H3H3 fans out there who are like, God damn it, Hasan. But I look at him as probably one of the few voices of actual reason. It's because she's not at risk. Bob is too old. Chad is close to aging out. And they said, fuck their own grandkids before. So I'm going to talk on that at some point.
They leaked the taxes.
I know how that feels. Let's put it that way.
But that, you're saying his taxes got leaked, so we should just give him $1.8 billion that he can pay whoever he wants?
No, like I said, this is not going to go forward all the way. I do not believe. I think there's
Hopeless Heart in Texas. I actually have an idea for a video where we go over basically what she does not like about Trump. and what she actually does like. And I'll be honest with you, I have tried toying with that concept in a previous video. I just didn't give it a huge talking point, you know. Like I didn't make it like a huge focus outside of saying, you know, Mary Lou doesn't like Trump. But I think it is something that would probably be important to like revisit and dig into a little bit, because the reality is this: she doesn't like what Trump does at all, and she just can't admit that she doesn't like Trump. She has problems with everything, even this right here. It's wrong, but why isn't anyone doing anything about it? It's like, bitch, who is doing anything right now? Like, it feels like everyone is just sitting around being like, yeah, let's let Trump do whatever the fuck he wants. Sure, a horse thing. Oh yeah, for years, but can't take a little joke. Joel, I know. Trust me, I called her out on that shit too. What ML likes: 1, getting Hispanics out. What she dislikes: everything else, apparently, 100%. Put the list next to each other so we can see it next to each other. Yeah, so I in that video, and I'll have to pull the video, but I literally hold up like almost like the, you know, David Letterman like top 10 list, and I like just put it right next to Chad while he's saying it. So you don't like this, you don't like that, you don't like this. It's crazy. There's so much shit that she doesn't like, and she just won't admit it. Let's see. What am I missing? I saw something about Shiny here. By the way, God, man, there is some fucking weirdo out there, who accused me of being the person who is pretending to be Shiny, and I'm like, why the fuck would I do that? Like, are you high? Like, I have a fucking platform where I can just make fucking videos and I can be critical that way. I don't have to pretend to be Shiny, you know? Say your name wrong. She didn't refer to her as Horseface, even though Shiny is a horse, just for Shiny. I genuinely believe the necessary conversation is going to morph to something that Democrat candidates will use to promote themselves. Don't forget Trump podcast tour before the election. Yeah, so I actually am concerned that there will be a point in time where Mary Lou either A, stops coming on, and I think it'll be closer when like Bob is maybe not doing well, and B, I also think that if she does come on and they start bringing in guests, she's going to bring up the fact that we keep having liberal you cosplaying as Shiny's wild, right? So the thing is, like, I don't know if she can I don't know if she'll be able to handle like Democratic or even progressive candidates being on the show. You don't give off the furry vibes. I am far from fucking furry. I'll be very honest with you. Oh shit, the meme dude does live streams. Any desire to guest appear on the pod? I would totally do it. I'll be honest with you. I feel like today might have been probably my burn bridges day. I mean, we are, I think, almost 2 hours into a podcast, or not podcast, a stream, and we are not even done with the video. Shiny Heine is sus anyway. They are. I don't understand the people who are doing that shit. That horse did nothing to anyone. Imagine you giving them money to terrorize them as Shiny and JBS at the same time. That's the thing. Like, I pointed out, I was like, why would you accuse me of that? Like, I have no reason to do that, first of all. And second of all, that is a way too much fucking effort. You're over 30, right? Yeah, I am 40. 41. I turned 42 this year. Hunter Biden, maybe. Chris Pratt, get him on. Oh yeah, Chris Pratt. You think Chris Pratt would actually go on the show? I don't think so. I don't think he has the ability to string together a coherent sentence. Every time I listen to Chris Pratt, I'm like, how the fuck did you get here? How the hell? How did you make it? And I remembered, he was on Parks and Rec.
You're missing the point. You have these two
What happened with Shiny?
It's not going to
nothing. I was talking about, there's some dude who was accusing me, like, for a short period of time, that accused me of being Shiny Heine on the live streams, and I'm like, bitch, I fucking have no reason to do that. I don't fucking care about that shit. You know, like, that Also, that bit is the dumbest bit ever. It is like, and look, and I'm someone who does hacky shit too. That is like below hacky. It is like this is like 5-year-old bullshit. Dressing as a horse or in a horse onesie would immediately burn bridges if you did that on the pod, but fuck, it would be funny. I would do it. I'd see that's my kind of humor is like, you know, I'd get on the thing and they'd be like, so what's up with the outfit? And be like, oh yeah, I'm just dressing up as a horse. And then I'd be like, they're like, well, what horse? And be like, you know what horse. I really want her to face off against Hunter Biden. So I do too. I think, I'll be honest with you, the Hunter Biden interview, I watched it, and there is like a level of like there's some editing that would need to be done to make that one kind of like, I think, a little bit more palatable. You think Mircy is one is Jules? You know what? I would argue that that's not. I think it's someone that knows them. I don't think it's her because I don't think Jules would be smart enough to make the video, the AI video that they uploaded. Even though that was kind of a dumb, it was one of the dumbest videos I sat and watched. I just don't know if they're that with it. Had to be ML because they disappeared when Bob got sick. You know, there's that AI video though. I think it's someone younger. I think it's someone younger who, you know, I'll just say it. I think they might be part of that weird sort of like, edgy conservative crowd. I don't know. That's what I think. Mary Lou, I just don't like him because he mocked my shiny hiney bobini, and that gives me an excuse to shut down and not give a fuck about what he says yet. And fast on chat. On top of Mircy 1 was on live where ML was on. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't think. If anything, I think it might be someone who knows Mary Lou, but I'm not certain on that. The way that they came out and like prodded at me, I was just like, why the fuck are you coming at me? Like, what the fuck is up with you, dude? And then they were like, I was not accusing you. And I was like, bitch, please, you fucking whoa, about Mircy. They were such a troll. Yeah. What's so funny was I was like, why the fuck are you accusing me of being the person pretending to be shiny? I'm like, I make videos where I fucking poke fun at them. That's 5-year-old bullshit. I don't fucking care about that. I would never do that. That's also, I pay money to fucking drop shit in the chat all the time. Why would I fucking have 2 phones up or a laptop up doing that? That's so weird. But I don't know. I digress. It's
Forward,
just,
they shouldn't have leaked
that
his
guy's
taxes. You keep saying
or that person is insane.
None of that is relevant. He's attempting to do this. He's attempting to take $1.8 billion. Do you think
He's
a
trying
president?
To get revenge. He's trying to get revenge on them.
Because he's a
do
fucking
believe.
He's not trying
petulant
to get
child.
revenge. He's trying to get that money so that he.
No, I think he's actually trying to get revenge. I think that's part of it. And I think he's doing it. I think he is trying to get revenge on top of enriching himself and his family. He's trying to put his family in a position where they are very much royalty.
He can use it to pay people so they will be loyal to him.
And they're not, in my opinion, they're not above the
January
law.
6th rioters. He's trying to pay them so he will have a personal militia.
Eric
basically.
and Don Jr.
Well,
fuck them.
that's your belief. Let's
One for
give
JPS,
this
one for
time.
Shiny.
Let's give it time.
No, let's give it time.
We're not good
What
PIs
do
like
you mean,
ML.
Let's give it time. He's
Not at all.
doing it.
I don't think it'll go forward all the way with all
But,
the lawsuits
Mom,
attached.
that doesn't matter. I'm trying to get.
It does.
I'm trying to get you to see. He's attempting it. The very attempt of it is the corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it goes through or not, fine. Maybe there will be pushback. I hope so. I hope it doesn't go through.
Oh yeah.
But this is a man who does not.
I'm missing
care
some
about
deep
this
lore. There's some
country.
crazy lore.
Can you not see that?
No.
Imagine putting $1.8 billion into public schools, public housing, food
Right.
programs. Imagine medicine.
Imagine taking care of people. Oh my God, it's such a fucking foreign concept, right?
Imagine putting $1.8 billion into any of that stuff. Instead, he's stealing it for himself.
And what if he does get all the money? Maybe he will do some of that. We don't know.
No, he's already said he's going to give it to fucking the January 6ers and anyone who's been persecuted.
Mom,
I want to give it time to
Like
see
fucking
how
bullshit.
this works out.
he's committing acts of open corruption on a scale we have never seen
Yes.
from any U.S. politician. And you're saying, give it time, maybe it won't happen, but he's trying to do it. His intent is that it will happen. He is trying to steal $1.8 billion.
Dev, that's actually kind of funny because I could see that too. But yeah, no, they want to be royalty, yet he couldn't show up to his son's wedding, even though it was his second wedding. I'll be honest with you, I don't even think Colorado. I personally don't think that Trump knows where he's fucking at this point. I'm going to talk about this actually after the episode. I've got a couple things I want to discuss about his health at the moment. I must have missed when he helped people and donated to causes before. He actually really never did that. And the charity he did run, it was found to be fucking fraudulent. Didn't he marry the daughter of Epstein's accountant or something? Did he? Oh, that's interesting if that's true. Yeah, that's fucked. Let's wait till the house catches fire before we install smoke detectors. Maybe the house will never catch fire. You don't know. Yeah, we don't fucking know. Yeah, true. You're right.
Time will tell.
No, time has told. He's trying to do it.
I'm going to jump in real quick. She is tired and does not want to be talking anymore.
I want to see it
This
in
is where
the
we're
end
at.
result, is what I'm trying to tell you.
But what I'm trying to tell you is the end result doesn't matter. Because he's attempting it. He is putting all of his time and effort into stealing money from us instead of being a president to this country. Do you notice how, like, as he's stealing all this money, shit's getting more expensive for everybody else?
Right.
So not only is he making more money, he's causing us to have a hard...
Hilly, that is a loaded question because they're conservative. They think he is doing a great job with fucking taxes right now. He's doing a fantastic job. He's saving me so much money. I'm using that money to buy more gas, of course, but...
harder time paying for things. He doesn't give a fuck about America. That's what I'm trying to get you to see here. It's all about him.
I see it.
Oh, yeah, he did reclassify marijuana
But
and
you
psychedelics.
don't see it enough to denounce.
Which I will say this, I'm pretty sure if we did not have some of the bullshit that we had during... I mean, I'll be honest with you, Biden's was a fucking walking corpse. Don't know why I don't know why we pushed for someone like him outside of Bernie. I'm still butthurt about Bernie during 2016 and 2020. I just those situations, right? The 2015 and 2019, like runoffs, like the primaries for president. I was like, man, Bernie is fucking. Bernie's it, man. This is the only chance we got. And of course they picked Hillary and then they picked Biden, which at the time I was like, Biden, at least this guy's full of piss and vinegar, right? No, he's
What's him yet?
Sleeping.
Not yet.
How much money would he have to steal from Americans before you would say, okay,
all of it?
It's not the amount of
and then
the
I'd
money.
still forgive him.
It's not the amount of the money.
Yeah. It
See,
kinda
there you go.
is. Billions of dollars.
Money is money.
Yeah. To have a harder time paying for things. He doesn't give a fuck about America.
What the
That's
fuck
what I'm
is
trying to
happening
get
here?
you to see.
Money.
He's also, it seems like, about to die. I'm sure you saw he had his fourth
Okay, I want to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about it after he says all this
visit
shit.
to the doctor in a span of whatever, it's been a year and a half.
I did want to say this. It's like, I haven't been online a lot, but like when
Oh,
you
she's
said if
she's
you
a
have any
total
clips,
narcissist
send
about that.
them. So
Yeah.
I kind of got on Instagram looking, got on TikTok. I haven't been on there in a while. I didn't see as many things. that I
Agree, but it's
should
getting
be
harder for her to
seeing.
be proud of Trump.
I didn't see.
I
as
think she
many
can lie to herself
things.
enough.
What?
Maybe
What do
because
you
I
mean?
haven't been on there a while watching things.
Oh, that is a lie.
Oh, your algorithm changed, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you see? What was in it? That
I don't
that wasn't
know.
usual?
Side of ham.
I saw
don't
more
know.
arts and
Side of
crafts
the ham.
stuff. I saw horse
Great.
things.
I've tried to do that in the live, and I could never figure out how to add someone. Money is money. Yeah, it's telling. Exactly. This is the mentality of far right conservatives. I'm late because my baby has been sick today. Hey, no worries, but I'm glad you're still live. Hey, how are you doing, Collins? How are you doing? Let me know what you like to go by. Do you like Brooke or Collins?
I didn't see a lot of political things. That's what I was going to tell you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you don't surround yourself with that shit, it's a better life, generally speaking.
No, I need to get back into it. I love you, Chad. I love you, Haley Gallivanton. I love you, Bob. Thank you, everyone, for the DMs. I'm getting them from all over the world now. And I told him that. And he cannot be back on the podcast till he gets back in that chair. And we're working on it. That's Chad's rule. And he said, tell Chad we can break it. I said, nope, that's the rule, dude.
Yeah, and he better do it quickly. I'm trying to get some guests lined up that I think he would want to yell at.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. We will be back on Sunday. I think it's just you and me, Mom.
Yeah.
Because Haley's still gallivanting. So we'll be back on Sunday with all the topics of this week. There are already some crazy ones popping off. We will see you then.
Okay. Love you. Bye.
Love you.
All right. We got through it. I was concerned I was not going to get through it. I was scared. Yeah. So real quick, I do want to talk about this is actually one of the topics I had, and I do want to bring it up because, I think the left is kind of pushing this weird narrative. Like they've been pushing it for a while, and I'm talking like center Democrat, I'm not going to call any of the talking heads grifters. They're not grifters. They're giving some information, here and there. But it's all for clicks. And this is like the thing that I detest about politics right now. No, literally the only reason she said money is money is because she's just shutting down and tired of being challenged. It's weak and disappointing. Yeah. Once, I'm going to say Bob. I've been saying Blob all stream. Once Bob dies, ML will be able to free herself. That's what I think it'll take, sadly. I don't even know about that. The last couple of episodes where they've sat down with her have been just these like, they're not mindless. They're concerning. It's concerning what's happening. And yes, it could be because Bob's back home, but I also think she's sneaking in a little bit of like Newsmax here and there, and it's seeping in. What do you think will happen to this podcast if Bob dies? God forbid. I thought about that the other day. Personally, I think. Okay, I have a thought, and don't come at me, please. I think the draw of this show, for the most part, is the relationship between Chad and his parents. Once it becomes just the libsibs, or if it just becomes, Mary Lou, and then let's say she does get, transition. I don't know if you can keep up the momentum, because that is what, I think that is like the essence of the show, and that's why they keep getting talked about. I was stunned when she called DJT stupid last week. That's a huge leap from where she was at the start of the second term. Oh, 100%. The thing is, though, is that she has a way of compartmentalizing those thoughts, and she will go, yeah, that's stupid that he did that, but he's still my president. And you're like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hopefully a rewatch for ML of all the things she said and stood for, a look back, if you will. Patricia, there's like this part of me that, like, when I make the edits and things like that, I'm like, yeah, maybe this will be the one that like finally drills it in. And I think now she just looks at me and she goes, I don't like this guy. And I get it. I understand. I don't hate her for it. I get it. It's no different than a TV show. Everyone is watching for the conversation. It'll end just like everything else, sadly. Yeah, that goes for anything. God, what was I thinking about the other day? And I was just like, oh man, when that ends, when that stops, man, that is going to be a massive change. I think it was a Hasan streaming. I do have this like theory that Hasan might actually run for some sort of like seat somewhere. I don't know. Oh, you mentioned you had a story about Hegseth. Yes, I did. I do. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that right now, actually. So yeah, the reason, but Biden wasn't still her president. No, he like, you can't throw that at her. She's gonna be like, I didn't like him. He'll never be my president. You know, she'll say something like that shit. But yeah. So I last year got supremely angry. I had just got back on Facebook for the first time in like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 years, and a family friend was posting the most heinous shit like I had ever seen, talking about how, like, you know, Trump's doing great. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. He is God. He is Jesus Christ. Whatever. And you know, I'm so glad that, you know, we're getting all the illegals out. And then when all the Renee Good stuff started happening, they started all the Renee Good, Alex Preddy stuff. They started being like, I can't believe these motherfuckers are fucking fighting our people, the ICE agents. You know, like if they didn't want to get shot, they should have just followed orders. And I was just like, excuse you? Like, are you not looking at the footage? So you're probably going like, well, what's this about Hegseth, right? I made a post outlining why Hegseth is a far-right white nationalist, allegedly. I'm going to put allegedly in there. And they lost their fucking minds on me. Like, I fucking know people who have the same tattoos as him. I'm like, well, I hate to say it, but they're white nationalists too? Do they hate people who are brown? Like, can we have that discussion? Can you tell me more about these people? And they you know, then I was on there, you know, bless his little heart, bless his heart. He's so lost. He's so lost. I then made a post about Obama shortly after that, talking about how the right had so many negative things to say about Obama's brown suit, his tan suit. And this individual's husband gets on my fucking comments and goes, are you talking about Curious George and Big Mike? And I was like, you fucking racist fucking asshole. I just fucking blocked him. I was like, fuck it. And then I made a massive post outlining, like, I'm not going to deal with racist comments. I'm not going to deal with any of this bullshit. And if you're in my family or around my family and you're going to do that, I will still block you. My entire family on that side that hangs out with these people removed me from Facebook, dropped me, refused to talk to me. One parent, I'm trying to keep it kind of like, I'm trying not to point out what parent it is, but this parent who was a not a great parent, did not get along with them at all. We were trying to make headways because I had some stuff happen, and he came and he was like, I want to be around. And once that happened, literally, I have seen him once, and he tried to act like everything was fine, and I could just tell like they didn't want to be around me. And I'm like, well, maybe I don't need to be around them, you know? Like, I love them, and I told them this, and I told this individual, I was like, hey, I would like to sit down and talk with you about stuff. Like, there's a lot of things you don't know, a lot of things that you don't know about, you know, my life as a child. And I said, hey, let's get together. They refused. They were like, well, you just let me know when. I was like, no, I'm telling you right now. I want you to tell me when you want to sit down, because I want you to want to be here. And never got really a response after that. Never got a response. And so Hegseth, in a roundabout way, is the reason why I don't talk to a set of parents or half of a family. So yeah, I look at Hegseth and I go, he's a piece of shit. I fucking hate the guy. Should not be in the Department of Defense. I mean, sorry, war. All right. Anything you do content-wise going forward now that you have displeased her will be bad. That means you should just go harder, pointing out all of her hypocrisy. Patricia, I there's a part of me that is like I can be very fired up. I can be very, very like aggressive. But there is always an aspect of whenever I'm going through and having to like make content on someone, there is a part of me that is that child, like, you should be really nice to them. That little voice in the back of my head that goes, hey, you should be nice. And I always give into it a little bit every fucking time. There's things like in videos that I've taken out because I'm like, that's really fucking harsh. It's really mean. There's actually a video that I have up that has a clip in it that every time I see it, I'm like, I feel terrible. Like it's not even that bad. Like if I told you what it is, you'd be like, oh, that's fucking nothing. Ready to go through that? No, it's fine. Like you're talking to someone who, look, I'm 41. I turn 42 soon. In October. It's not soon. It's a little bit away. But let me just put it this way. I've made my peace with it. Going through all this stuff like last year and this year. It's called having empathy. I know. I wish I didn't have it sometimes. And watch the older episodes, Joel. You will lose that little voice. I promise you. No, Patricia. I have watched those old episodes. I've actually pulled footage from those episodes that, in my opinion, is so fucking damning and so fucking mean and just heartless. There's like a video that I started editing where I was pulling from those videos, and I was just like, this feels fucking mean. Like, it's just brutal, how mean and just how hateful they were. And then they get pissed off at like Chad and Haley when they're actually trying to like, be a little bit more pointed themselves, like, and I think it's fair. I think it's fair for Chad and Haley to be mad. I'm mad. Families being ripped apart across the country. You're not alone. Let me just put it this way, Amanda. This individual, this parent has always been kind of like this. There was a conversation had in private once that if I were to repeat word for word, I would probably get flagged for hate speech on here. So I'm not going to do it. I want to go see them after this. 2023. If you go back, I would say like 2023, 2024, I think is the era. Anything that involves Kamala Harris will rock your fucking world. If she's in the thumbnail or in the title, it'll rock your world. Certainly held their beliefs for a long time, but they're emboldened by hatred spewed from Trump and others. Yeah, this parent, I was told from my sister that they were talking about how Trump is like, going to be the thing that's going to reset, everything. We're going to be moving into this new like direction. This same parent also had a conversation with me where I had to actively go, what you just said is a socialist idea. I don't think Elon Musk is going to give everyone free fucking robots. And we're not going to let our fucking AI robots do our work for us. Because the question then is, well, if the AI is doing the work, who's getting paid? Well, son, that's what, well, I'm doing the voice. Well, son, I'm going to say it. We're going to get a stipend from the government. I'm like, bull fucking shit. Sci-fi. All right, bro. Cool. We're more going down the rabbit hole of Soylent Green. Universe is a cold, cruel, and heartless place, so I choose to rebel against it by being kind, empathetic, and loving. I'm not an optimist, just a slave to hope. I think that actually kind of like colors me. Like that's actually kind of like where I kind of sit in the world, where I want to be kind and nice. I do have a little bit of an edge on me when it comes to like talking about politics and this stuff. So same here with the hate speech stuff. Some of my family has said stuff that makes me shiver. Like in 2023, they were saying stuff from the 50s. Yep. I grew up in a household, well, half of the household, because my parents were split. I would go and stay with them on the weekends. I lived with them for a short period of time too. And Fox News was always on the TV. And, I I am very shocked that I came out the other end, because if you looked at me from 15 to, and I tell this to everybody, 15 to like 29, I didn't know where the fuck I was doing in my life. I didn't know who I was. I said things to make people angry because I was angry. I was upset. I did shit. I was just not a good person. And then I think one day I stopped drinking. Started seeing someone. Started seeing a psychologist. At first it was kind of helpful. They kind of actually gave me medication that kind of screwed me up down the road. But things started kind of falling into place, and I started realizing, like, no, I'm just really sad. Like, I just didn't have a good childhood. I didn't have, like, supportive parents. I didn't have these people who were like, hey, you can do something. Like, I want you to do the best. And, it's one of those things where I've been talking to my parents about the stuff that happened as a child, and, it's like one of those things when you go through and you relive it, you only remember the bad stuff. And so I try to like recontextualize that stuff sometimes when I'm thinking about it, because there are things that for sure they could have done. But that's that's in the past, and I can't fix that. They can fix it. In my opinion, they can fix it by coming to me and being like, hey, I want to be around. But I don't get that. Your relatives sound like an Andrew Yang stan. Then with the UBI. Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I love the optimism they provided to me when they were talking about the AI robot. We're all gonna get checks from the government. I'm like, that's socialism. First of all, like, you're against that. I feel hope listening to bits of your story. Fuck yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. The thing is, like, I have to tell myself this a lot. I am not, I had this issue for a long time, where I was told for a very, very long time, you are not the product of your environment. You're the product of your genetics. And I was like, and it never made sense to me, because I was like, well, if that's the case, why am I not as just like, I don't want to use the word arrogant, but why am I not, I think at the time I probably thought it was, like, I don't even know how to describe it. The individual was very gregarious, I guess. Lots of friends. This parent had just a lot of people around them. And I'm like, well, why am I not? Like, why do I not have people around me if I've got those genetics from you? And then I found out, like, as years went by and I started seeing people, I was like, no, actually, nature versus nurture, that's the shit that I absolutely fucking hated. Because that was literally a talking point provided by this parent. It was like, you are who you are. When they met my wife for the first time, they said, do not have kids with this guy. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the fuck? And they said, that guy is a clown because the other parent's a clown. And so that makes them a clown. And you will have little baby clowns. My parents, this individual wonders why I didn't have kids. It's shit like that. Where, yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. It is one of the, I'm glad I'm not a parent. I'm not. I couldn't do it. And about who you came from, about who you fight for, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Talking about like the Hexas stuff, it just kind of like brought up, not the talk today, but like when that stuff happened like last year, I felt very emboldened in being myself going forward. It's part of the reason why, when I started watching the podcast and when I heard Chad go, I need clips of Mary Lou basically being like, I'll research that. And I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I've got time. thought I read you were a parent. No. No. No, I have dogs and a cat. Have been a good dad though. You know, I think about that every once in a while, and I'm like, you know, I'll say this. I have a niece, and my sister jokes with her husband, like anytime me and my niece are together, that we're like siblings, and it is kind of funny because I do kind of pick on her a little bit, but it's because she's an only child. She's the only kid that any of my like siblings actually have. Like I've got 4 other blood siblings, and I got a stepbrother. I got 2 stepbrothers, and they have a kid. I don't really interact with them too much. Parenting is a choice that people should have the right to make for themselves. Growing up, I hated the idea that everyone's purpose in life is to get married and make babies. Yeah, that's not good to me. Like, I don't like that idea. Another good thing about Trump is that he has made several people find interest in politics and get involved one way or another. Yeah, honestly, Ham, I'll be very, very honest with you. The last the last year, I have just been like, I can't do this anymore. I can't live in this bubble of, you know, feeling angry. Like, I watch the news and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening with the world? And I felt like I needed to do something, and I don't know, it was some sort of weird sort of like thing in the back of my head that when Chad had asked for that, I was like, you know, I have this channel that I was just doing like nothing with. I was like reviewing horror films. Not horror films, horror films. And I was like, you know, I will turn this into something that will just be whatever the fuck I want to do. Like, it'll just be like my like whatever is happening. It was called Joel's Interest. That's literally, if you ever watched the first episode they showed it, I threw that up as I just needed something as a title. I didn't even give a shit. I just needed to change it from being a horror channel. And what's so funny is that like when he said that, I went, I gotta change his fucking name to channel. Because like I did not expect that to get seen at all. Like, I be very frank with everyone, I did not expect that video to be even on his radar. Just like I was not like, I don't know who tricked Hasan into watching my video. That should have never been on his radar at all. The rise in socialism is a direct result of how boomers raise their kids. 100%. Silver lining is that people who have been through it don't want others to experience the same. Yeah. Not everyone chooses to be a parent, and it's okay. Yeah, 100%. 100% on that. Like, you don't want to be a parent. That's totally fine. It's like every generation before the 80s was just on autopilot and never thought about anything. 100%. Yeah. Look, I blame Reagan for where we're at today. It's always been like this. Just previous admins were hiding it better. Yes. So I agree with you. I think we finally have a president who is all like, oh, I've been in office for 4 years, and I know that I am legitimately probably not going to make it to the end of my second term. Let me just go fucking all out. Let me do whatever I fucking want to do. I blame Reagan for literally all problems we face today. 100% agree with you. Like, I think Reagan was the start of like just the downward spiral. Like, we were coming out of the 70s and things were great. Not everything. Like, there was a gas shortage and shit like that. And look, you know, was it? It's not Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford was RFK's replacement. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter was in office, and people were just like, "Fucking this fucking farmer. Jesus Christ, what are we doing?" Who do you think the next guest on the pod will be? If they can get him, I think it might be Hunter Biden. I count Xers as watered down version of the Boomers. Well, look, I'll stand up for the Gen Xers a little bit. I'll say this: my parents are Gen Xers. I think a lot of them. Okay. I'm trying to word this right before I say it. I think I subscribe to the idea that lead poisoning is part of the problem for the lack of empathy that we're seeing. Um, I think especially in southern and probably even middle America states, it's like legitimately like people might have at a young age just been exposed to lead and asbestos and all those things, and that little part of their brain that tells them right and wrong is just gone. It's just gone. And I choose to think that because it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because I cannot look at people like Mary Lou, for instance, and go, shit, this person actually does not give a shit about anyone except for herself and the people under her umbrella. And it just like lack empathy. Yeah, lead poisoning is 100% real thing. Excellent point. Yeah. Because you have to also look at how people let's take Mary Lou, for instance, right? And I don't know if Mary Lou has fucking lead poisoning. That is just I'm alleging that she might. Who knows? But look at how she views people. She doesn't view people as people. She views people as like these things, these representations of people. That person's an illegal immigrant, not a person. That person's brown. They might be an illegal immigrant. Are we sure? Let's just hedge our bets and say that they are. It just feels like that is like her like lane. Oh, you're a lib, so that means that you're just as bad as everyone else. Get the libs out of here. And it's like, bitch, please. What are we talking about? What are we doing? That's the stuff that like annoys me to no fucking end. Is that it is this hateful shit where you just take the humanity out of the person and you look at them as facsimile, like a facsimile of a human being. That is all they are. And that's when I listen to Mary Lou, that's what I see. That's legitimately all I see. I'm a Southern Jen Jones and still out here screaming. I'm technically an elder millennial, of course. This is Jen Jones, and is MAGA more like Bob? Wow, how do you deal with that? Whew. I think the world is different. They grew up in a time where all the information you got was from a newspaper. Or the evening news. Looking things up was a chore, so everyone just BS'd and bluffed. And Drew, I know all about that. I grew up in that time period. I actually had a hard time in my 20s because I had learned to BS. Because that was my survival mechanism, was the BS. I still deal with it to this day where I'm like, okay, I gotta fucking chill out on being like, I think I know what you're talking about. It was a survival mechanism, and yeah. It's not easy because my son is transgender. I feel for you. That is not. I mean, let me ask the question: like, how does your husband feel about your son? Do they kind of like lean into those talking points, or can they see them kind of like, like how Mary Lou saw Peppermint? You know, I think the world is different. Okay, hold on. Yeah, no, right. I'm X. I'm out there fighting. Millennials around me in my life think it's all going to be okay and roll their eyes at me. But sure. Look, I'm a millennial and I look at it and I'm like, I see so much shit going on right now that it's not. Look, I'm going to say something, and I've said it a few times in private, but I am waiting for the next shoe to drop. And I'm talking like the economy just absolutely just cratering at some point. And it may not be like in the next month, and it may not be in the next year, but it's going to happen. And people are going to be fucking caught with their pants around their ankles. The people who won't are going to be people who actually forces, the economy to fail, which is going to be millionaires. The billionaires are going to probably just fucking be like, fuck it. Because there's going to be a point in time where you can't just keep propping up the stock market, You just can't. And every time I look at it, it's like, how the fuck does it keep going up when things are just so fucking bad? It just feels like a fucking lie. But there's a lot of people from the same book here. Oh, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I think anyone who's ignoring the news right now and ignoring everything that is happening is just sadly like just trying to be oblivious. I don't think there's an excuse anymore being like, I don't care about politics. I don't think you can say that anymore. You just can't. Yeah, it's just the top 7 tech stocks funding each other. Yep. Reclassify. Why are they trying to reclassify as Jones? Because they don't want to be called Boomer. I mean, and I do not believe shit that, that they were taught all women have to have babies. All men are the stronger sex. Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I think we talked about ages. We're falling into the trap. Yeah, don't let older or younger people off the hook due to age. We have so much access to information. We can all learn and choose differently. Yeah, the only thing I'll say about age right now, Kate, is that there is a problem with kids going into, I would say, middle school and high school right now, and that generation can be severely underdeveloped. I would even say like the people who just recently graduated are also severely underdeveloped. I read so many articles about people not being able to read or type sentences. I mean, I stream on Twitch as well, and I have people come in and I'm like, I do not know what you're saying to me. And I think that is the only thing, like when it comes to age, that I think about is the fact that schools are so underfunded, and this whole point system or whatever it is that they're instituting is going to just make people dumber. You know, I think, where was I watching? I was watching someone the other day say that Texas was like number 1 in terms of education, I think in the mid 90s to the early 2000s. I can't remember what the time frame was. And now they're I think of like a little bit above Oklahoma. Used to be called the Me generation. Then they changed it to Boomers because they didn't like that their greed and selfishness was being signaled. Yeah. There's a story from after the fall of Rome where a small village that didn't know for 2 years, they kept living their lives. And when a bridge broke and no one fixed it, that's when they were worried. Hiya. That's actually kind of awesome. I'm going to read about that. I'm bigoted. There's so many layers to people, and it's not fair to put them all in a group based off of stereotypes. My bad. Yeah. And don't, I would say this, don't feel bad about like talking about we're all programmed right now to take in this information, and we look at, boomers, we look at Gen Xers, we look at X, Y, and Z, and there's always, and I blame both sides for this. I actually blame the center Democrat and far right Republicans who use these talking points. But a lot of progressives don't really focus, I don't think, on that like those monikers. I think they focus on age, of course, because you have to look at children and go, okay, yeah, we need to be doing better for our children. Yeah, it feels inevitable. Like a train you can hear in the distance, it's coming. Yeah. I've been harping on the whole like, hey, we're in for 2008, 2009 levels of like economy crashing. I'm at that point mentally where it's like we're waiting. The war between the classes. Yeah, you know what, Drew, you're correct. Organizing and mobilizing is an art. That's what we need in addition to electoral politics. I agree. And look, I'm going to say something. You're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about, Joel? Look at the Tea Party. And I'm talking the current Tea Party, not current, but the newer Tea Party, not the Boston Tea Party. That was a grassroots effort. And that literally is what spawned QAnon and MAGA. We wouldn't have Trump without the Tea Party. We just wouldn't. There's a direct line between all of those things. And we need people like, Tallarico. We need, the Hasan Pikers, the people who did say, like, we deserve 9/11. I know people out there are like, I can't believe he said that. If you watch the full clip, like, he is pointing out when he says that Like we brought this upon ourselves. He shouldn't have said we deserved it. I think that was probably the worst way you could have articulated it, because that just comes to soundbite. But I get it. I get it. Love your show. Hey, thank you, EMJ. I appreciate that. But we need people like that who are calling out the bullshit, who are not playing into these games. And I'm gonna dovetail into what I was going to talk about. This is probably going to play
Trump.
Okay. So I've been clicking and watching clips just for tonight's stream. And, you know, some of the stuff that's been coming up lately for me mentally is this segment of left-leaning, and I would say, I think a lot of these people call themselves Democrats, not progressives. And I see a lot of this stuff where it's all like, Trump is dying. Trump is about to just fucking die tomorrow. And I've been hearing that for 8 years now. 8 years. I will believe Trump is dying when I see him dead. Like, I need him to be just gone at that point. Because when you take this information... Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Maybe we're not still in the U.S., but the watering down of education seems to be happening everywhere to an extent. I have no direct exposure to U.S. education. Kate, I will say this. I think currently, because of the wealth inequality, and I think this goes for everywhere in the United States, we're going to see this just be a problem. This is going to be a massive problem. It's going to be just everywhere. You know, I just don't personally, like, I don't know how to say this, but there's just like this like air of depression, you know, this air of depression, and I just see it, and it's just like all over the place. I think the only place I don't see it, and it's when I watch stuff about China of all places. There's a part of me deep down inside has been like, man, if I can leave the States, I might go to China. I could live there for a decade and be fine. So, that'd be good. It's just dirt cheap to live there. I'm getting my hopes up. Yeah. So what I was gonna say about this though is I keep seeing this shit where it's like,
And his health updates are...
This bitch has been sleeping on and off for the last like 2 years. This is not news, you know? The exaggeration and hyperbole from or hyperbole from all sides suck big dick. I agree. I think you can type dick in there. I don't give a shit. I was in leader in education for decades. I was basic skill test was the standard in all states. Now kids graduating don't know basic skills, including civics, reading skills, even basic math. Yeah. And Kathy, the reality is that they fucking want it. This is what they want. Hey, big man. Thank you so much for the raid over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, we're talking news today. We're talking about Trump dying, which I'm in the category of like, I will believe this when it actually happens. But it doesn't help that we give everyone these
Yesterday we talked
these false, like this false hope. Hey, what's up, Plague? We give everyone this like false hope, and the reality is that terminals the new clickbait 100%. And it's this stuff that if I go to the next thing that Keith puts out, and I'm gonna say this, I watch Keith, and I think he's entertaining, but he uses a lot of clickbait. DW's No Child Left Behind has been made manifest. I think they're doing the exact opposite. I was thinking donkey balls, but I was hoping for others would fill in the blank. Yeah, I mean, donkey balls is cool too. Hope you're right. Someday it feels hard to believe. It's why I can't sit and wait for anyone else to do something. There are layers to this shit. It's going to take work. By the way, big man, what were you guys playing today? I know there's a big update for a game that I don't play anymore because I'm getting old and I deal with simulator sickness now. Yeah, the Jason PTB. Yeah. Trump rushed the hospital. It's that shit that I'm like, I'm done. I think I had it the other day when I saw, God, it was something about, the gerrymandering, and it was like this false hope bullshit that we're like, hey, everything's gonna be great. Hey, there's people doing stuff, and I'm like, bitch, please, no, they're not doing anything. I think right now, like, the good news is I think there's a couple of judges right now who are getting in the mix on the gerrymandering stuff, and cool, but I don't know. I don't fucking know. You know, I just don't fucking know. Keep spreading the word. Start protesting or writing letters. Yeah, when you don't know what to do, you do what you can. There's always more of us than them. 100%. Need more friends in EVE Online. I don't play EVE Online. I think the thing... Okay, so I don't want to be accused of being like, you stole Chad's bit. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I've been playing this for a very long time. But I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, in particular Arena. I know he doesn't like Arena. I play a lot of Arena. And I play a lot of Balatro. And when a Resident Evil game comes out, I will play it, typically. This new one, I'm having a hard time because it's in... Well, I mean, you can change the view, but the first person makes me so nauseous. But yeah, getting back to this, though, Keith Edwards is one of the few people I know that kind of does the clickbaity stuff. But there is one in particular. I don't know if I want to name them outright because I don't want to get on... Like, if it ever gets back to them, I'd feel really fucking like... I'm not trying to call you out, dude, because the reality is, like, we need people... like in the Democratic side, like getting along with each other and trying to like make something happen. Even though I have no love for the pro-Israeli Democrats, like anyone's taking money from AIPAC can just fuck right off, in my opinion. And I know people like to bring up January 6th, and it's like, that's unfortunate. And that is awful what happened. Like, that should have never happened. But also the systematic murder, imprisonment, and just destruction of Gaza has been going on for a long fucking time. Called Cornyn today and told him now that he's lost to Paxton, he can start working for Texans now. No, what you should have said to him is like, hey, I need you to also run in conjunction as a third party. A few of them used to be good, and then they grew to become clickbaiters. Yeah, there is. So I have a couple of issues with a few of the talking heads lately. I think they saw it and they're like, oh man, I know if I pump out 10 videos a day, I can make a ton of money. You know, hey, 10,000 views, 20,000 views. Cool, man. I mean, those all stack up, 100,000 views a day. Shit, the cool, like, I think that's like a good $100, depending on like if they have mid rolls and all that shit. Like, shit, and you're pumping out like low effort, me staring in a camera going like, do you see this shit? He can't because of the sore loser law in Texas. Really? Did they have a sore loser law? Really? I'm already less popular among friends and colleagues. I'm sure of it. I'll take the L if it means they wake up. Yeah, fucking free Palestine. Honestly, my stance right now is like, if you're taking AIPAC money, you're scummy. You're scummy, and you're no better than the Republicans at this point. And you're all in on it. Like, it's very well known that fucking AIPAC is funding conservatives. Like ML said, money is money. It's true. It's true. I always think like, if AIPAC came to my door and dumped a shitload of money, what would I do? I don't know. I'd probably take it and be like, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing anything for you guys. Do you want to expose me? Go for it. I don't give a shit. Yeah, there you go. See, oh hell, I say take their money and make sure you use it for small businesses in your campaign. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. The person who needs to get out of office, by the way, I just want to say this, is fucking God, Frankenstein. What is this fucking ass? God, I hate the dude too. Like anytime I hate someone, I like literally just I memory wipe them from my head. 20% of Cornyn's votes would vote Tallarico. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Tallarico for Texas. I am 100% behind Tallarico. I think he is probably one of the most important Democratic and I would say progressive candidates. Fetterman, thank you. Fuck that guy. I don't know if anyone saw the video. I watch a lot of secular talk as well, and they covered it. I actually have one of his videos up.
Months before the election.
Oh, no. Sebastian Stan talking about being Trump, and it's like how sad this all is. Oh, it's this one. Here we go.
So the fascist, terrorist, imperialist, bloodthirsty death cult.
Yeah, John Fetterman is a fucking piece of shit. And I agree with a woman who goes, I need you to actually change your party affiliation to independent at this point. God, let me pull that video up. It's so good. Fetterman proves you're only Republican after you get a major head trauma or someone. I personally believe that Israel might have fucking dirt on him. I think allegedly has dirt on him. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. God, where is it at? It was such a good video too. I think it was yesterday. Oh, let me just go down here. It should be easier. Here it is.
Man, I love this clip right here. So shout out to Courtney Lynn 82, okay, because she was in Pennsylvania and she confronted John Fetterman to his face for selling out not only his voters, but selling out America, siding with the MAGA fascists. And she explains in very...
Dude, I have some choice words to say for Abbott that... if I were to say it, people would be like, that is dirty pool, bro. But at the same time, look, I'm going to say something. Fucking Abbott, if you know anything about the history of Abbott, Abbott was he was an avid runner, had a tree fall on him, paralyzed. It's terrible, right? He sues the homeowner and claims that it's their fault that I lost the ability to walk, even though it is a fucking tree. They have no control over that shit. I mean, they could probably trim it, but still, like, that shit happens, you know? Instead, he takes these people to the cleaners. I think insurance helped them pay most of it off anyway, the settlement. But still, it's just fucked that this guy then just goes to town. He becomes the fucking evilest person. He's literally the scum of the fucking earth. I've made jokes in private about just like how I feel about him. I think he's a stain on Texas. Yeah, makes it impossible to do the same. Yeah, exactly. He came in and fucking wiped the ability for people to have large like settlements from lawsuits. So he's a hypocrite. Where he got elected and changed the law so others can't do what he did to make money off accidents. Yeah. Abbott is a fucking piece of shit. And he, you know, it's so funny that this guy just keeps getting voted in. I'm shocked Ken Paxton was still our attorney, or like our AG here. Like, literally. Like, what the fuck? That dude's the most corrupt fucking person. He's worse than Abbott. That's why I have hope. Like, there's a tiny bit of hope in the back of my head, in my brain, that I'm like, Tallarico's going to pull through. Something's going to happen. It's I don't know. I'm just hoping. But okay, let me skip ahead here because it is really fucking brutal. But this woman finds Fetterman in the grocery store at a Walmart and confronts him. Let's see, where is it at here? Yeah, we'll go here.
The way was, he's brain dead. Like, he had to use a cell phone to translate what I was saying to him.
Oh no, is that what that was? Oh no!
Yeah.
Bro, how is it even allowed? Here's an idea.
Let me go back because I think
I feel
it's
fix
right
stuff like her health care getting taken
Right
away.
here.
Okay, listen to this. This is actually kind of heartbreaking. Here we go.
Guess who's at Greensburg Walmart? John Fettermaga. Let me see if I can say something.
Alrighty, I have to go, but I hope to do this again sometime. Thanks for all you do, Joel. Thank you so much, Collins, for hanging out. I'm going to try and do this
register as independent.
I'm going to probably do this like once or twice a week. We've been talking about maybe doing a Sunday or maybe Monday. I don't know if I want to do it and overlap on the necessary conversations like stuff, because that'd feel kind of weird. But Monday might be doable, and we can just watch the Sunday episode together, or I can just do a recap. So many people want to go back, but forgot the times that they were we're under Democratic control. I'll be honest with you, we need a complete system change down to its core. I saw that clip on Kyle's show. Fetterman didn't actually vote for BBB. That caused people to lose their health care, but he voted with Republicans on other stuff. He probably have it if they needed his vote. Yeah, he would have if they did. Honestly, I think people should be calling Fetterman out and pointing out his hypocrisy. Also, that Bill Maher fucking interview. I don't know if you guys saw it. That shit was fucking wild. I have never seen two people glaze Trump so hard. Democrats, by the way, glaze Trump so fucking hard. It is literally like they were just fucking, like Kyle says, like fucking on their knees, fucking gobbling away.
I was just wondering if you could just register as an independent.
Yeah, wholesale overhaul. Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Could you register as an independent? Listen, I'm a breast cancer survivor. I had a double mastectomy.
Oh my God, this poor thing is already tearing up.
And the Trump administration took my health insurance away from me. And you standing with them.
Well, to be clear, I never took anything from anyone, and
But you're standing with him and defending him. We can't do this anymore. We can't.
I'm sorry.
She does do a good job of not saying that you voted for this. She's saying you are a lackey. Because John Fetterman's stroke, he has a hard time understanding people when they talk to him. He needs to read it to comprehend what people are saying. And I'm going to say this even about Trump. Like, if there is a situation where this person cannot do the job, it might be time to replace them or talk about like the next steps. Like, how do we prevent this from happening going forward? Because every time I see John Fetterman, it is plainly obvious there's just something wrong. And there's a part of me that, I think even Kyle says it in one of these clips. He basically has an Israeli handler, which I don't know if that's true or not, allegedly. But if that's the case, and he's got people handling all his day-to-day shit, and he's not really he's just a mouthpiece. He's kind of like Trump, where he's just like there, honestly, I'm going to talk real quick about Trump and the fact that, like, I want to say this, and I just want to get this out of the way because this is one of the topics at the top, but I don't think Trump is actually sick. And I think what happened today was him just being like, I'm not fucking doing that board meeting. I don't want to fucking do that shit. Why do I need to leave? Why do I need to leave? But yeah, I just want to say that I don't think Trump's dying. And like I said earlier, if Trump is dying, I need to see that before I believe any headlines. I'm not getting the false hope up. In my opinion, this is just a fucking way to like give people false hope, because this dude has been dying and sick since he was elected the first time. Everyone's like, he doesn't look good. I'm like, they've been saying that for so fucking long. And the moment he passes, I'll be like, cool, whatever. Now, I will say this. I'm of the conspiracy theory that they're going to try and make some sort of like event of that happening. It just makes sense to me that they would be like, he is her God savior. He went out fighting, something like that. Like they're gonna AI like him, like John Woo, double pistol, fucking shooting people, and he's gonna be in the middle of a terrorist fight and be like, "Yeah, he went out swinging." They're gonna do something like that. Yeah, not defending Fetterman. He betrayed his voters in the way he sides with Trump in votes. Yeah, it's hard to say what is going on with Fetterman's brain. Would like to see him take the cognitive test. I would like to see Trump physically take a cognitive test, like on camera, not this like, "You did a good job, sir. Here's your you passed report. Wave it in front of the camera." They'll try to martyr him. I firmly believe that is what's going to happen. We're going to get. Look, they're building this kind of like timeline with these attacks, and I'm or have a bad fall. Well, if he has a bad fall, they can't really. Yeah, the dude just his legs gave out and he fell down some stairs. He's dead. Like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I think he's sick, but not sick enough physically for people to actually see it yet. Yeah, I want to show. Hold on, just really quickly, kind of like pointing this out. There was a clip that I have where they show Trump walking his ass out of the White House today, and they are like, it looks like he's going to get another test done, and it's all like, this dude's walking his ass places. Like I'm done, guys. Like, call me when it actually happens. We'll have a party. We'll pop the champagne. We'll do all that shit. I'll fucking do a 24 fucking hour stream, being like, "Oh, it's happened, guys! Yay!" I'll do it. But right now, it's just if anything, I think they'll put his ass on ice, and they'll do the Saddam Hussein thing where he'll have like multiples. He'll have doppelgangers and shit. I'm going down a rabbit hole here. Yeah. It's the only chance the cult has to survive. I'll say this. I think, personally, MAGA is dying already. I think there's way too many people hurting right now. And I personally think MAGA is like on its way out. If we get to the midterms and there is no I'm not gonna say blue wave, but or blue tsunami. I'll say blue wave, right? Or are they trying to get Vance to resign? So that's the thing, though. And Keith was on my radar today because he said that in another video after he was like, his health is unraveling. Actually, it looks like, and literally on the next video after that, he goes, actually, it doesn't look like he's dying. It actually looks like he's stuck around so he could fire Vance. And I'm like, we can't do this. What comes after, though, that's my thing, Kate. That is my concern. Is what is the next step? What is after Trump? And I said this, I think I was saying this to Suzanne, but I was like, my concern is Trump dies, right? They then, Vance takes over, right? Happens, right? Or something happens with Vance. I don't know. Someone takes over. They call for martial law because, Stephen Miller's like, let's come up with this fucking grand plan of terrorists tried to take over the White House, and now we're left. We're the last ones left, and guess what? We're gonna have to fucking stop everything. No more elections. Nothing until this is all sorted out, and it never gets fucking sorted out. That's the thing. Stephen Miller's the person who I'm most scared of. If I'm being honest with you, that bald fucking motherfucker. Okay. And I like bald people, okay? I feel bad for the bald people who are around, who heard that. But the reality is this: that bald motherfucker is he is from one of the fucking gates of hell. He may be Satan at this point. I don't even believe any of that shit. But he is evil, like pure fucking evil. I know who has set themselves up and is just biding their time. And they're a global threat. Yeah. There's multiple people, and honestly, You could look at Z. You could look at Putin. You can look at any of those guys. We've seen behind the curtains for their playbook. So we build in contingencies to stop from happening again. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You look at the thing that we were warning people about, which was what Project was it Project 2020? What's the name of that thing? We were all sitting there going like, what the fuck? Like, this is like, no, we're not going to be doing that. That's what Trump said. I don't know what that is. And then fucking starts saying like, oh no, actually we're doing it. Yes, fuck off, man. Do you think after Trump, some racist guy out of nowhere with no shame and just keeps lying will come to the forefront in MAGA sport? Yeah, I think Stephen Miller. I think Stephen Miller is absolutely going to be the Dick Cheney. Project 2025. Thank you. I forget what year I'm in. Yeah. So yeah, I think Stephen Miller is legitimately like Dick Cheney was. Like, you knew Bush. Bush is the goofiest fucking motherfucker ever. There was nothing behind those eyes. The motherfucker paints now. Paints fucking dogs and random shit. Like, the dude's got nothing going on, you know? This is coming from someone who's an artist. Like, great. I'm glad he's doing it. I'm glad he's doing something. But yeah, when I knew the moment I saw the footage of Bush after 9/11 happened, or during 9/11, when they were like, he's reading the books to the kids, and they lean into his ear and like, hey, plane hit one of the towers, one of the twin towers, and he's just like, they're separated in fractions. I don't think they have a unifier. So that's the thing. I think I could say that, like, I think there is an aspect. Bush stole the election. Oh, I 100% agree with that. I was around when that fucking happened. I was like, what the fuck? But here's the thing. I'll say this. I think they are more coordinated than we probably give them credit for, because look, I don't know how anyone here. I'm gonna just pull myself up here. I don't know how anyone could have done what Trump did without having like a team behind him. And I think the way they push people out also kind of like points towards that as well. I think they're a little bit more unified than we give them credit for. I think Elon is behind a lot of the shit that goes on. I think Elon got him the theft is the only unifier they have. True, but I mean, it's a hell of a unifier, though. You know, it's a hell of a unifier. Hell, I got conned into doing a fucking executive job for a long time for the promise of money. It was soul sucking, absolutely soul sucking. Baby girl, don't even worry about Bush anymore. No more. Tony Blair is telling us all to go fuck ourselves. Yeah, but Tony Blair's a piece of shit. Ugh, that guy. We can give Radiohead a little bit of shit here and there, but their war against Tony Blair was fucking on point. Fucking on point for sure. I don't know. We have so many deconstructing and growing voices like Monty Mader. Hey, Monty Mader is great. I like Monty Mader. I don't. Okay, the only thing I don't like is that she turns off her comments, showing other ways now. So yeah, and it's made me feel a lot more comfortable coming on and like talking about politics myself. There was a point in time where I was really, really concerned. I have, I guess I'll share. I have like, not necessarily like, I've got like moderate ADHD. And so for me, sometimes remembering or staying on topic is, I mean, if you ever watch a video that I do, you can definitely tell where that kind of like lands a little bit. But, yeah, so like I was always concerned if I got on stream and started talking about stuff, I would get very confused, or not confused, but I would go down a tangent and people would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And lately, I would say over the last like 6 months, I've been like, you know what, fuck it. I know how I feel about things. I know what I think. I know what I like to talk about. I've never seen had a post that had comments turned off. I'll pay attention. Yeah, so there was a period of time, and I think it was when she's doing a lot of the far right, like Christian like takedowns. I think she was turning it off on Facebook. I don't know if it's on Instagram, but I know on Facebook. I would want to go in and read like what was going on, and I could never get it to actually like pull up comments, and it would say like comments are disabled. Yeah. Rabbit holes and squirrel trails are great. Yeah, they're my favorite thing. I can talk for hours because you know, like I think about like so many things that are going on in the world, and I have like this like part of my brain that's all like I just want to scream at people. I want to be like, hey, look. But even my own husband has stopped watching a lot of stuff. Yeah, I think the only thing right now, if you are on the right, that you can really enjoy watching is possibly Newsmax, because I've watched a little bit of Newsmax, and it's weird. It's very fucking weird. They don't talk about anything other than like, hey, the things that you want to hear, the right wants to hear. Let's listen, you know? Diagnosed at 50 plus, streaming and live interactions is a conversation. Tangents are part of the deal. Don't beat yourself up. Oh yeah, I know. Kate, I'll be very honest. Like, when if I'm playing video games on stream, it's a real difficult task for me to like talk and stay on topic. But if I'm doing something like this where I'm discussing like events that are happening, the news, whatever, and I'm not like focusing on something else, we're good. I will always go down a tangent, like it's gonna happen. But yeah. I feel very comfortable doing this type of content. I'm also, like I said, I'm opinionated too. So, you know, I think when we go down a rabbit hole where we watch more of like the necessary conversation stuff together, you'll probably get to see a little bit of the insight to like what like how I do my videos too. Oh, he's a TikTok watcher. Ooh, So okay, I have a question for you, Hopeless. How does him being MAGA affect your relationship at all? I know for me, like if I was dating someone diametrically opposed, it would be in my brain at all times to be like, I need to figure out why you feel this way. Like I need to understand it. You know? Like I would just be like, explain to me. Because to me, it's like, it's wild. It's wild to be just so, like, I look at Trump and I go, I don't know how anyone goes like, yeah, you know what? He's my dude. I'll have to tell the story at some point. I don't want to like make this too much longer, but I used to do a lot of like Match the Gathering. Let me see if my camera is working above me. It's not. Okay. Oh shit.
No, God, please, no.
All right. I hate short form videos. I swear they make people dumber. They do. I don't watch a lot of short form. I don't like short form. I actually dislike making it too, because it always just feels like I'm like going for the throat if I'm like doing like edits of like, edits of necessary conversation, and I put them out as like clips. It just feels so like, yeah, you want to see how dumb these people are, and it's like, it's not what I want to do. Let's see, hold on. Oh yeah, we barely talk anymore, but been married 31 years and I'm disabled. Oh, that is rough. That's rough. I get it. Hey, Kate, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. barely talk, and I just can't believe that. See, I would feel like I would need to like make like some sort of like outreach, some sort of like headway into like fixing it. That would always be on my mind. They shorten our patience. It makes us quicker to judge. Yeah. Make assumptions, consume without thought. Yep. Do you think you would live stream yourself doing one of your supercuts? Chat could help find clips. You know, it was one of those ideas I had a while ago, and you might be able to find I don't know. Okay, I'll just say this. There was a point in time where I was like, I could do like an editing stream, and I said, who the fuck would want to watch me do this? I had a moment where I was like, yeah, I could do that, but like to me it feels it's not voyeuristic at all. Like I don't find that, but there is like a level of there's like so much downtime when it comes to like doing edits that I was telling myself, I was like, okay, because, as I was mentioning earlier, like the ADHD and things like that, I would probably spend more time talking to people than I would actually working on the video. And then I was like, oh, there's been this like conversation too with Suzanne about like, okay, well, what are we doing with the channel going forward? And I was like, well, like I'm not there's a part of me deep down inside that's like, there is a level of like, okay, well, do you set up like, memberships and you do like a members only stream and then yada, yada, yada. And I was like, well, that feels too fucking capitalistic for my own liking. So I don't want to do that because I don't like concept of like forcing people into like, if you want to see my content, you need to pay for a sub. Don't like it. And so there's that level of like, okay, well, how do you make this like worthwhile? We just need more center to left chatting and connecting. I agree, by the way. I've been saying this a lot. I don't like debates. I despise them. And I'll give you, for instance, let's go over to the capture.
No!
Oh,
God!
shit.
No, God, please.
All right, he's gone. Please don't do this, Joel. What's happening right now? Okay, so there is. If I'm going over here, let me go to my. Hold on. Let me go off of this screen just in case there is something insane in my history, which I don't think there is. I'm not doing anything weird. Okay, the reason why I'm saying this, this is my personal account. And so this is not my JBS. So I think I'm just concerned my name might be there, which I don't care about my name being out. I don't mind that, but I do want to keep it under wraps for a little bit longer. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Anyone who does any sort of digging will pretty much fucking find it. I'm not really that hidden of a human being. For a long time, I did a lot of art. That was like my main gig after I left my executive job. And I've got a couple of things floating out there with my name on it, and I just try to keep it a little bit hidden here and there. Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? Go into this. Stalkers need to apply to Joel. Need not to apply to Joel's content. That's the thing, though. Like, there was a period of time where I was just like, yeah, I don't want anyone to know what the fuck. I don't want people to know my life story, because I think you can easily track down my life story just based off of like LinkedIn. You'd be like, what the fuck? Okay, so I want to go to my library. I've been watching, just while I've been doing editing, I'll put on like random like videos in the background, and no fucking joke, literally I get these like insane fucking liberal versus MAGA like debates, and they make me so infuriated. Also, I want to just say this out loud. I don't like Adam Mockler all that much. I'm not an Adam Mockler fan. I do like it when he tears down what is it, Jennings, right? Fucking that dude. But yeah, I'm not an Adam Mockler fan. I think he's of that debate bro realm, and it always just feels like he's like trying to win a point when he's having conversations with people. And it's like, hey, like this is what people point towards when they're like, fucking libs, man. They're fucking crazy. It's like, well, no, we're not like that. Like I'm not like that. I want to have a conversation with people. I don't want to fucking tell people they're wrong and you're stupid. I want to be like, so why do you feel that way? I want to know, understand it. I want to know. Mockler, counterproductive, 100%. Also, and I felt that way for a very long time. I've been saying it since like last year. And then he did that debate with Hasan, and I was just like, bro, you're not listening to anything Hasan is saying. You're just like, yeah, Mockler versus Jennings is the only time I like it. Me too. But he did that debate with Hasan, and I was just like, you're trying to win points, man. You're trying to be like, I'm right and you're wrong. And the reality is this: it's like this is the problem with Dems, like in debate lord Dems, is that they push this narrative and they push this thing like, and I think they were arguing over AIPAC, Israel, and I think like Hasan, not necessarily accusing, but saying like there's a lot of Democratic like talking heads being funded by AIPAC, and basically Mockler was like coming in and being like, hey, you know what, you're wrong. And it's like, no, actually he's right. AIPAC is in everything right now. They're buying people out. They want that because Israel, if they can't do that, would not exist at this point. All right, so hold on, I'm looking for this debate. I just need to show the beginning of it because I had a moment where I went like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, you're yelling at a dude who's all like, they have the conversations like about like, well, trans people, when they say they're a woman and they're really not, that means they're lying. And it's all like, no, that's not true. A doctor signed off on all these things, like, and this person's telling him that, but the other person who's not trans is like, I'm gonna tell you how fucking full of shit you are. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. The person who's trans can actually speak to this, let them speak, Whoever can repeat the most facts without making an argument wins. Utterly insufferable. Yeah, 100%. And that's my thing where it's all like, look, we got to this point because we decided to play team sports. All right. We were like, hey, yeah, we're fucking, I'm on the left and you're on the right. You're team red, I'm team blue. And it's like, no. We're all human beings. Policies affect each other. And honestly, we need to be working together. You may not agree with the tax policy. You're like, hey, you know what? Fuck. You're right. Like, yeah, maybe I need to concede on this or that, whatever. But we need to figure out how we can make, like have some common ground. Now, I'm not going to be like, fucking, goddamn California governor, I'm not going to be like him, and I'm not going to fucking, get down on my knees and suck every fucking conservative's dick to be like, yeah, you know what? I agree with you. Oh, Newsom, thank you. Yeah, Newsom to me is one of those people who, like, if you had talked to me when Trump was running, or I'm sorry, this current election, Kamala was not going to be the person who's going to win, and I kept saying that. I was like, Kamala's not going to win. You're going to need someone like a Newsom, because Newsom is just as fucking dirty when it comes down to like playing in the mud. It feels like it's human nature to play in team sports. Yeah, it is. You got to change the culture to get rid of that. Yeah, you just need to stop letting people watch football. Just kidding. You can watch football. I don't care. But a lot of people get hurt doing it, and there's a lot of people with CTE. There's like 5 to 10 of the younger guys that are all debate bros that if they were just producing daily facts, they'd do so much better. I agree with you a fucking 100%. Rush fucking Limbaugh, a failed sports broadcaster who just ran his mouth about politics. Yep. I grew up listening to Rush Limbaugh, and the dude is a fucking nightmare of a human being. The shit that came out of his mouth was just vile. Into more yeah. That's an idea I support, and why media needs editors. Yep. Honestly, we need to. We're currently in this like this phase of social media and information that, you know, like we were talking a little bit earlier about, like people just watching TikTok, and we need instantaneous like gratification. I need to know that Trump is dying so I can get through my day. And it's like, no, you don't. What you need to do is you need to get through your day, and you need to be fucking telling people like, this shit's bullshit, and we need to talk about it. We need to fucking discuss how we're going to fix it. How in the next 4 years, how are we going to get the people who let this happen out of office? How are we going to do that? Because we need to figure that all out. Because this is all bullshit. This current situation is bullshit. And no one is looking at that going, yeah, it is bullshit. Let's figure it out. There's very few people doing that. There's very few people in this arena that go, let's figure this out. Everyone consumes the same bullshit, like Midas Touch and Mockler putting up his look at me getting on Twitter and saying bullshit to fucking Trump supporters who don't give a shit about what I'm saying anyway. So why am I responding to them? I don't know. It looks cool. It doesn't matter. You know? It doesn't matter. Libs of TikTok does not fucking matter. Those people are fucking paid shills. Fuck them. Ignore them. Let them fucking die on the vine. Just let them go. Just let them go. That's why their views have been so down in the past couple of months. They all keep claiming they're being hidden. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I had Homeboy up just now. He put up a video the other day being like, no one's watching my stuff. I'm like, because I stopped clicking on it, man. I legitimately stopped clicking on it because every time I clicked on it, I had to scrub halfway through a video to look at the middle of the video to find the information that you used as a clickbait, only to be told that actually it's really not that. It's just kind of that. Like, yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna click on this bullshit. No. It's just like the dude who told me, it's like, you're just a clip channel. It's like, okay, you feel that way. You know what? And I agree with you. Yeah, I'm currently a clip channel. I agree, 100%. We need constant pressure from people. Yeah, we do. We need people out there just, you know, screaming, going like, yeah, you guys, like, we need fucking No King's Day like 100 times fucking over. Yes, vids are full of a lot of fluff. I find myself tuning out 100%. You know, it's like Mockler. It is, what's his face who was on the podcast who debated, or he's a debate bro. Parker. It's all those guys. I'm not the biggest fan of anyone who's sitting down with their only goal being, I am going to, yeah, Parker, Dean, by the way, Dean is worse. Parker and Dean, to me, Dean is worse. Dean is so performative. Parker at least is like there's a part about Parker that I look at him and I'm like, if I was his age and I had supportive parents, I'd probably be doing the same thing. But Dean is performative. Dean gets on there and he has got a script that he is just going blah, 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 blah. Media illiteracy is a crisis. The West's enemies. No, they can't beat them in straight war. No, they can't. Yeah. So they ran propaganda people weren't prepared for. 100% asymmetrical warfare, and people are now just realizing. I don't even think people are realizing anymore, though. That's the thing. I think people are eating it up still. I think people are I will say this, apathetic. I think that's the reality, is that people are truly at this point going, you know what? I keep reading the same thing over and over and over again. Like, fuck, I'm just exhausted. Like, I can't keep doing this shit. That's literally where my head goes. Like, anytime I'm like clicking through news now, I only watch secular talk now. I watch Hasan like clip channels. And I don't even watch like CNN or any of those things. I can't fucking do it. Oh, I do like fucking Philip DeFranco is, in my opinion, one of the few people who, without fucking a slight bit of fucking arrogance, gives the news and just says, this is what the fucking shit is going on. This is fucked up. Here it is. Let's go on. Yeah, I'm going to throw a fucking 2-minute ad in. I can skip that. I don't care. But that's the thing. He at least, I will say this. I do have a problem with the fact that he does do an ad on like fucking news days that are like depressing. And I'm like, you could have let that one go. You could have, DraftKings did not need to be in this thing after, the Renee Good shooting. Don't quote me on that one. It's not it, but say something new for 5 minutes. I mean, that's Trump flooding the airways with bullshit. That's his goal. That's his thing. I mean, that's what the what's his face? Fucking Nixon's fucking homeboy, the fucking swinger. That was his whole thing. That was his whole fucking thing. What do you think of Brian Shapiro? He debates, but I think it's better than the Gen Z debate bros. Brian Shapiro. Let me see who that is. Let me pull that up real quick because I feel like I have seen him. Brian Shapiro. Oh, I have watched him before. I've seen him on God, what's his fucking face? Piers Morgan's fucking thing. He's always on, but he's never talking. Like every clip is like he's just in the background like this, while someone else is being like, "Yeah, you're just getting on your knees and sucking Trump's dick," and you're like, "Bro." And this guy's like, but he seems like an interesting guy, pushing the limit. Yeah. We got to learn from history. It's all there, but who has the time to read and learn when we got to work and pay bills? It sucks. That's the thing, though. You can actively make, especially with someone like Stephen Miller being in office, you can make a direct correlation to the talking points the Nazis push. And yes, look, he's not saying it exactly, but they're using very similar language to push their agenda. And you can see that. If you know anything, if you've watched a fucking World War II film that features Hitler in some way, you got it. Ted Turner, CNN, pre-AOL merger. Yeah, we were talking about that, I think, in one of the comments. Like, I fucking need CNN to be CNN circa 1993, 1990, I think 1995, right? Because the AOL merger was like in the early 2000s with the Warner Brothers merger that happened, right? Ugh. AOL Time Warner. I remember that shit. Ugh. Okay, so okay. Here is one of these guys. I wanted to pull this up. Like, and I mean nothing mean towards these guys, but I've watched them, and I watched one of them, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. The guy was combative on the first one, but this one, I was just like, okay, there's enough.
From North Carolina.
And I'm voting.
All right, so now we have to mute.
So he will mute because he's got control. It's very it feels very one-sided, and I'm not standing up for the person who's a MAGA on the fucking phone, because no one should stand up for him. But it's this thing of like yelling and calling people like names and shit. Like,
we're gonna find out if you were listening. And Hakeem, you don't get to tell me to be nice. I've seen you on Threads. You're not a nice person.
Jimmy Snow.
You think the audience is gonna be like, oh?
I have issues with Jimmy Snow, Drew. He feels so mean. But I get it. Like, there is a part of me deep down inside, like, in the past, when I've talked to people who are MAGA, who are just spouting nonsense, where it's just like the urge to be like, you're so fucking stupid. You know that? You're a fucking moron. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I even love for the live cut-ins from weather and news stingers and chasers for entertainment. Conflict content. Yeah, and so that's my issue is, like, right now, the left has this, just like I think the right does too, but the left has this, like, watch me make the MAGA rage, content. And I'm over it. Like, I just want, there's like this thing that happened, and look, I fucking detest, like, into my core, I detest Candace Owens. fucking hate her. And I mean that with my every ounce of my being. I don't say I hate a lot of people, but Candace Owens is one of the meanest fucking people I've ever seen. Like, on par, I think, is worse than Ben Shapiro. Yeah. Left and right politically are too busy owning each other to actually do anything that matters for the people in work. I agree, 100%. And that's my issue right now, is that we need to, like, and I'm giving Candace Owens fucking credit for this. She sat down and fucking talked to Hunter Biden and did not fucking go down a rabbit hole of being a fucking right-wing piece of shit shill like she usually is. Yes, she's been fucking going after Erica Kirk. Honestly, that's fucking low-hanging fruit in my opinion. Erica Kirk has been hurting her fucking self every time she's on screen. That fucking stare that she does. No one has told her when you look like you are fucking staring through someone's fucking head that you look insane. Like, no one has communicated there. Like, you are losing points. People think you killed Charlie Kirk because of how you look, not because of anything else. Candace Owens might be fueling it, but you are not helping. Like, there is that thing. And don't get me started on the Charlie Kirk thing. I don't understand how we went from being like, we got him, to where is he? The person who shot Charlie Kirk. I don't know. I don't know how we got here. I don't know. It baffles me that we are legitimately on the, like, we're legitimately in this, like, space where it's like, what the fuck is that? This is why I don't like conspiracy theories. I've never have, and it feels like I'm leaning heavily. Chris Valentine. Valentine. Let me look him up. Let me look him up. Landon. You know, he's popped up in my feed a few times. Usually, okay, and this is my own biasy here, and I'll speak honestly. When I see sermons, I typically just go right past it. They may be positive and stuff like that. I grew up around Christian, Southern Christian people, and when I hear sermon, my brain goes back to Easter. Easter, when I was like 5 or 6, and I saw a snake handler during a sermon, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Did you see the Sam Cedar and Jillian Michaels debate? I saw a clip of it, and I went, "You know what? This is fucked." Oh my god, that's literally where my brain went. This is fucked. Oh, it's not him? Okay. Wait. Oh, I didn't even look at the name. Is it Chris Valentino? No. Someone tell me what the right name is. I just looked and I saw sermon. I was like, I don't know. We've moved from using gladiator fights to distract the populace to now using political debates that develop into, haha, you're dumb. Nuh-uh, you're dumb, to distract the populace. And I'll be damned if it ain't working. It's working because the problem is that people are, I mean, idiocracy is like a fucking, at this fucking point, idiocracy is like a documentary. Like or it's like the truth. I don't know. Like I do hope, like there is a part of me deep down inside that does hope that we do reach a point where, you know, ethics come back. People are like, hey, we need to tell the real story. We need to actually do the right thing. That's him. Is it Valentini? Okay. Valentini videos. Okay.
Yo, I'm Chris Valenti, and today...
Valenti. There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna join his channel. I'll subscribe though. I'll check him out. I think I got him.
Today, we're doing a deep dive into Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile sex dungeon in New...
Wow, that is a sentence. That is a sentence. Let's see. All right. All right, let's just click on this. I was sort of I was like, what is going on here? Okay, I want to see a new video. Okay, 10 hours ago.
Trump just had a completely disastrous cabinet meeting, and it was all live streamed, and I've got some of the best...
Oh, wow. Okay, so it was live stream. I need to watch that. Opening the video with Pedophile Sex Dungeon on YouTube, where you can get slapped for saying shit is wild. 100%. And Raz, like, no joke, I have a video that I have monetized on the channel. I could not get monetized on the channel of Bob from The Necessary Conversation cussing. Because he cusses in the first, like, 10 seconds of it. And I'm just sitting there going like, I wonder if this is actually monetized. Think about the billionaires from Gates, Thiel, Musk to Zuck. All stole ideas or credit from credit then data. Yep. Study venerates thieves. Yep, it does. Because here's the thing. When you have an oligarchy in place, you know, there is no room for the middle class or the lower class. And these people can do whatever the fuck they want because they can just buy their way out of it. They have no rules. And that's, you know, honestly, my core belief right now is literally this. There should be no billionaires. I don't think there should be people who have $100 million. I don't think that is right. Because with that much fucking money, it's bullshit. Is well worth the watch? Okay. Thank you guys for giving me people to check out. I live in a little bit of a bubble sometimes when it comes to content. I give people like 1 or 2 chances, and then if I catch them doing stuff, like I'll watch Sam Cedar every once in a while. My issue with Sam Cedar is that like there's a little bit of, I can hear myself sometimes in Sam Cedar, and it can be grating. It can get a little bit grating, and I'm like, okay. I also hear Sheldon, or is it Sheldon from fucking Home Movies? That's also the other thing too. I said to my wife one day, I was like, Suzanne, is that Sam Cedar doing that voice? And she's like, it kind of sounds like him. And then I pulled it up and I was like, yeah, that's him. I agree. I think the rich will probably make for some good eating. You know, I don't know. I think they're probably, at least Bezos is a fucking sinewy looking motherfucker. I'm just going to say it. And I wouldn't touch fucking Zuck with a 10-foot pole. That dude looks stringy as well. Musk, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Bill Gates, stringy. I'm just going down the list now. I'm now hyper fixated on that. Who would be delicious to eat? Who would be the Soylent Green? Eat the rich, yes. Eat the lizard people like Zuck. Maybe if I'm desperate, 100%. Maybe if I'm desperate is the truth. That much money is a super high risk for exploitation of labor. Definitely agree with you. Yeah, I think right now we're, people are like talking about it. It's like, oh, it's late stage capitalism. I think we're past that. I think we've hit this stage where it's like there is no such thing as capitalism. It's now how do I use slave labor to fill my pockets? I'll eat my own limbs first. Me too. I eat my own finger and my feet first. Musk would leave an awful to aftertaste. Musk would be like eating bear meat, I think. It's like trash meat. You can free range the stringy ones for a bit, let them get some weight on. Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. Now, you would also probably have to give them STD testing, or those fools are filled with fucking sexually transmitted diseases. Musk is old. He may maybe tough meat, but he does have the fat. Kate, you know that, right? These fools are part of the Epstein class. These fools go if you ever want to like go down a rabbit hole, look through like some of the Epstein emails where people are talking about like Bill Gates needing fucking antibiotics and shit because he slept with a Russian sex worker. I'm not gonna say prostitute because let's destigmatize that one. But yeah, I mean, there's shit in there. These people apparently, what, didn't Epstein also not have a prostate too? That was another thing that I saw, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't get it. Like, I mean, I get it. I've talked about this before, but not on here. But money is like the root of all evil. And there's very few people who have a lot of money who come out okay. Oh my, the drugs, all the antibiotics. Oh, you know it. You know it. It's these guys live a life of debauchery, and that's just the reality, you know? Also, there's that clip of Bezos. I'm gonna call him just Bezos going forward. Where normal people aren't supposed to get it. Yeah. So the thing is, like, there's that clip of him where he's talking about like going deeper into space, and then he just fucking has this just insane fucking laugh. I think about that all the fucking time when I think about like just how out of touch rich people are. It's like what you would think like the aristocracy and like, you know, like the European like 1800s, where they'd be like, oh, you know, it's that level of just like complete just lack of just awareness of you as a human being. And I have to pull that clip up. That clip is weird. I always think about it though, and I'm just like, man, he is so fucking out of touch. Bezos. Tom Steyer, are we going to find out later he did something sick? I'm going to say this. They're giving District 1 in the Hunger Games. I've never seen the Hunger Games. I could tell you a little bit of a story about why I have never watched the Hunger Games. I'm a little bit of an elitist. But there was a film called Battle Royale that came out in the early 2000s. And ever since then, I've looked at it and I've been like, I'm not watching that. That's just ripping Battle Royale. Yeah, it is. And then I heard Quentin Tarantino say it, and then I'm like, man, I need to back off that one. Quentin Tarantino is not good. Financial abundance for security is excellent. Everyone should have that. Financial overabundance results in boredom, and my conspiracy is that's why the extreme rich get involved in horrible shit. 100% agree. Like the Epstein stuff. They have nothing to worry about because they can just pay off anybody who calls them out and pay off any tickets or fines or debts. Who cares? I mean, that's the thing. Like, you look at the extension of like Trump being in office, right? And you go, this motherfucker is literally enriching himself, right? Getting so much money, and then taking bribes to fucking get people either A, out of jail, B, getting pardons, all that shit. And it's like, that is exactly what people have been saying for fucking years. That people like this is fucked. And now it's just out in the open. We now can see it for what it is. I'm no elitist. I'm not above consuming young adult fiction for escape. Look, I say, you know what? Whatever makes you happy, as long as it's not hurting anyone, fucking do it. Hunger Games is a good step to help people start seeing some of the manipulation that happened in life today. I think, honestly, you can watch Soylent Green. Soylent Green as a film is by far a much more, in my personal opinion, a much more realistic next step and what's going to happen. You know, we're running out of food, we're out of water. What are we going to do? Well, the next step is Soylent Green. Soylent Green. Oh yeah, so I did find that clip. This is the clip that lives like rent free in my head.
You have grander space ambitions than going to the edge of it. Did this moment motivate you to push deeper into the cosmos?
Hell yes.
You have grander.
It's like, this is the fucking dick yanking these guys give each other. And they're just like, it's fucking lame. These dudes are fucking lame. Fucking lame. If I had to put a time and place on the current moment, it would feel like Grant's 1788. Yeah, I agree with you. I've worked with for some serious heavy players, but they were all normal. I worked for one in particular that I will be very frank and honest. It was very eye-opening to be treated that way, and it opened my eyes up. It actually woke me up quite a bit to the reality of what money does. And it fucked me up. It fucked me up for a long time. Did you see Ashley at Ashley Sinclair on iHip, right? Is it Ashley Sinclair, right? And she said that she was offered $40 million from Musk to hide it, sign an NDA. Yeah. She was on, yes. I did see I saw some of the clips, and then I did see some of the stuff with her and Hasan. I'll be very frank about her. Like, as much as I want to believe everything that she's saying, and I do believe things to a certain extent, I also think that there is a little bit of like, let me get the fuck out of this situation, which is, hey, I'm on the wrong side of shit, so let me go ahead and transition over. And I don't trust her. Do I think she saw shit? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I think what she's saying is like mostly true, because there's footage to back it all up. I think she knows more than what she's saying. I think she's trying to keep a little bit, like, I think she even said it. She's like, I'm not saying everything, because if I did, I have no leverage. Didn't she say that? She said, like, yeah, I have like things in place, like people know where the bodies are hidden type shit. That's another one. Just like I love Handmaid's Tale and Testaments to see ways to prepare. Honestly, Handmaid's Tale, I watched like the first couple episodes and I was just like, this is debilitating for me. Like, this is kind of rough. I wasn't ready. I probably should just watch it at this point. The 1% used to hide their misgivings because they had something to be afraid of. The populace is so heavily regulated now by their screen addiction and the us versus them mentality that now the elites can show what they're doing because nobody is going to pull enough people together to do anything about it. Raz, I agree with you. I am going to say this too. I also think there is a lot of change coming right now. And you just got to look at like the No King's Day. Like there are people out there. There's a lot of people who do not like what's going on. And I think there is a level of like, hey, we need to not be using TikTok. We don't need to use Instagram or Facebook. I actively try to go against using those. I'll post like something on Instagram every once in a while to be like, hey, like today I said like I was going to be streaming on the YouTube channel. For those who are in the Twitch chat, I am also streaming on YouTube right now. Some of the people who are in the Twitch chat, by the way, probably don't know this. I've been MIA on the Twitch channel for a very long time. But I've been working on this kind of like odd side project that kind of came out of nowhere, and there's been a lot of like really decent reception to it. And so if you guys are ever wanting to like see some of the stuff I've been working on, which is like video editing stuff, there is a channel called JBS. It is currently a lot of necessary conversation stuff. So if you want to check it out, you could probably just put a link in the chat. I'll grab it. But I'm hoping to do more of this type of stuff where we talk, not necessarily be focused solely on fucking, necessary conversation. I love the podcast. I also do kind of see it being not necessarily like the end all be all of like content at some point. the reality is the reason why I don't feel like it's going to be the end all be all for me is because I just feel like there's going to be a point in time where I'm gonna grow out of the content in terms of enjoying editing it. Because like if you saw me today, like I still have a very visceral reaction to what Mary Lou says. So while that's still the case, like I'll still be making edits. I'm gonna still do that. Because I feel like it is something that like we all kind of commiserate on. I'm sorry. I think of it as preparation in case. Yeah, I mean, look. I think we all have our like films. Like I use They Live as a primer for like what the fuck is happening right now. They Live is my like, yeah, we are officially there. It may not be They Live, but it is They Live at this point. It's the oligarchy, She's like Michael Wolff, knows stuff but won't give it all away for free. Then again, if I was her, I'd honestly fear for my life. So yeah, she fears for her life and her child's life right now. I've heard her say it a few times. I just don't. There's a part of me that goes, there is like, especially for people like her who have been amongst these guys, there is not a way that you can jump off that train. Can I pay you to help me on the tech side of stuff? What are you needing help with? Did you know that I was like an IT guy for a very long time? I was a very, very I was an on-call 24/7 IT guy. The Montgomery bus boycott took over a year to organize. Reading about it scares me because I realize how no one knows how to do this shit anymore. Because they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know how to organize. That's why they break up unions. That's why they break up to do any of that shit. They're like, fuck it. We don't want them to know how to organize. If we can take that away, then we got them. We got them. This is why, Trump does not want people to be doing anything that involves protesting, burning flags. He doesn't like that because, Trumpers are dumb and they go, oh, you're burning an American flag. You're fucking disgracing our home country, our United States of America. And in reality, it's like, no, like we fucking earn the right to have freedom of speech. I'll pop you some ideas in your Discord DMs if you don't mind. Yes, shoot them my way. I can see if I can help you out. I do think my biggest issue with the way the society is being steered is that everybody dismisses you for the smallest thing. I've spoken to the left-leaning folks and mentioned gun ownership. And by the way, I'm going to say this. I am, especially with everything that's going on now, I think gun ownership, I own 2 guns. I'm a very hardcore progressive left. I think guns are legitimately, if you're using them for things like home, like protection, I'm being careful with my words here because someone could be like, wait, you like guns? It's like, no, I have shot a gun once in my entire life. I own 2. I will just say this. I think, there needs to be a lot of background checks. I don't think my issues like AKs and stuff like that are meant for war or even just fucking like those should not be in people's hands, in my personal opinion. I'm Canadian. We burn our flags to keep warm and for fun. But the thing is, though, like if you own one and you're using it in its quote unquote proper way, I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's like over. I think AKs are like just fucking overkill. Like, but I get it. I know people are like, oh, they're fun to shoot. I look at them, I'm like, I know me, and I'd be like every fucking parody fucking action film, and I'd just be shooting up in the sky. Like I just don't know. I think my stance though is like, look, if you're sane, you can pass a background check. You don't have any sort of like mental health issue or illness, by all means, like, sure, you should be able to get a gun. I don't mind it. What did I walk into? We're talking politics tonight, Jester. I've been MIA right now, and just on the Twitch channel. I've seen American flag on thongs. It's not that sacred. It's not. No, the reality is, Drew, the people who complain about that shit are hypocrites. You know, they wear the flag. You're not supposed to wear the flag. The like flag code is you can't wear the flag. And you bring that shit up to them, and they're like, "What the fuck, man? I'm patriotic. What are you talking about?" Like, bitch, please. Let's see. Hold on. Immediately shot down for neo-Nazi alt-right yada yada buzzword. Speak to folks on the right and mention human rights. Bleeding heart, soft leftist liberal, woke yada yada buzzword. People are more nuanced than that. Oh, they are 100%. And that's what I'm saying is like I welcome talking to people. You know, I welcome talking to everybody because I think that's what makes us, you know, like that's what gets us connections. That's what makes us understand each other. And we may not agree on everything, but I'm pretty sure I can find some common ground with people. You know, the only caveats I have is if you're going to be actively racist, bigoted in any way, I will typically be like, I don't think there's a way I can meet this. I got a little bit of sunburn. No, so okay, it's the lighting in the room. I don't have my lights fixed up here. So, and I also just inherently look a little bit redder. It's happened as I've gotten older. I don't know what the fuck it is. But yeah, I was out. Maybe I don't have a little sunburn, but maybe I'm a little bit just sun-kissed from this weekend. So you look a little pink. Yeah, I'm a little bit pink. I've been trying to figure out how to like equalize the colors. Like this guitar behind me that's red is not like this dark red. I mean, it's red, but it's like not like super red. Problem I have is that is when we have a civil war, it will be the government versus the people, and those who have just regular guns won't stand up to the government. You know, I can understand that. Do you think we're gonna ever? I ask this question like at least once a week to myself. Like, do we think we'll ever get to that point though? There's a part of me that goes like, yeah, I could see it. There's another part of me that's like, I hope like common decency prevails in some way. Like that's the part of me that's like a little bit hopeful, but I don't know. You know, I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, I guess you can also point out like, hey, we had ICE, you know, just all over the fucking place. We had ICE in this local area too. And it's like, what the fuck, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I toy and I not toy, but I think about these things and I just go, you know, like where are we gonna get to, you know? We have to fight on multiple fronts, like economic, cultural, etc., not just with guns in the streets. Honestly, I mean, the biggest thing is I think we should, but I don't think we will. Again, people are too trapped in the us versus them, so they won't look up at the real problem when they can just look across and see the manufactured problem they've been made to believe is bigger. Yeah. Got taken to one of the facilities by the ICE peeps? Really? Did they think she was an illegal? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I need to stop. I'm so used to listening to Mary Lou say illegal that I need to go back to saying undocumented, immigrant. That fucking string of just bullshit is just annoying. They look kind of like MIDI pedals right here. So they kind of are. Let me make sure. Okay, the audio's down on those. They kind of are. And so this one is a microcosm. I could turn the camera this way, but I would just fuck up the camera over here. And then I've got a Polymoon that I picked up, and then I have a 3-piece Moog synthesizer set up over here, and then I have a. Where is it? I threw it somewhere. I didn't throw it. It's somewhere around here. Oh, right here. And then I have a Korg drum machine that I play around with. Okay, there we go. Yeah, today I heard she's getting sent to the Yucatan. What the fuck? You're gonna need another, otherwise, have you where they need you to be against each other, not against them. Yep. I have a secret YouTube channel, not YouTube, a secret Twitch channel that I will not share right now. That I have been like subtly putting music on. No one's seen it, by the way. It's literally a channel that is just a old like Winamp style like effects thing, and I just fucking turn on a drum machine and fuck around for like an hour to 2 hours. Usually it's after I get out of therapy. I'm like, all right, it's time to do something stupid for a bit. And that's not only what they want, it's what they are getting. If you spend long enough being told that someone has to agree with everything you believe in order for them to be a part of your life, you discount every opinion, not your own, and isolate from the community. You need to make real change. Joel's DJ at 3. It's actually right about 3 p.m. If you go to the music channel and there's like one that just is like, there's nothing there, like, or it's just like a bunch of moving shit. That's me probably. I've been working on some stuff on that one. Okay, hold on here. Yeah, I mean, look, we're at a point where I think the only way we're gonna fix any of this shit, like in my personal opinion, is if we literally sit down and stop. It's a really cool ritual for after therapy. I mean, honestly, it's like one of the few things that, like, you know, it's my own private thing. It's like, it's not on a public channel that anyone can see. If I'm doing bad or if I think it sounds shitty, who gives a shit, you know? I'm just putting shit out into the ether at this point. So my thing is this: we need to stop the quote unquote debates. I think the debates is a problem. We need to stop jumping to conclusions. We're all different people. We all have different beliefs and ideas about how the world should be run. You know, my point of view is this: like, everyone should be taken care of. There should be no one without a home. There should be no one, living paycheck to paycheck. There shouldn't be any of that. I don't care who you are. I don't care what's happening. You should not be going through life struggling. A lot of streamers have found their way out of dark places and anonymously pursuing what gives them therapy. Yeah. I mean, I did it just because I was just like, I need to. So there's this like aspect of like holding myself accountable. It's just like with the videos. Like, I try to hold myself accountable for doing videos. Because if I stop doing them, then I stop doing everything. And that's the thing. It's like, I need that output. I've said it before. I'm an artist. Like, you can probably find my work. I have an old portfolio up that's missing a lot of like newer stuff. I was doing art for a very, very long time. They quote unquote I was called prolific at one point in time. I'm not now. I have a hard time picking up a pencil or paintbrush to do any of that shit. And this is my way of like doing something creative, is making the videos, doing music, getting on here talking. It's good. Often find you agree on more than you disagree, but you have to see the other person as a human being worthy of your time and respect. Yeah, I will tell a quick story here. I don't want to keep everyone too long, but when I was playing Magic, I was doing a lot of spell table, and there was an individual who, I'll be very honest with you, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I did not like them. But I continued to keep playing with them. They were the person who would never have their camera in the right spot. The camera would be like angled here. I couldn't see the cards. They were playing with proxies, so they're playing like the most overpowered thing. And, it was just like frustrating. And I'm getting to the point here. But one night we were sitting down. I had just played a game with them, and I was like, I need to get the fuck out of this lobby with this guy. Like, kill me now. Like, get me out. I got out. All right. He messaged me privately. He's like, hey, do you want to play another game? And I was like, yes. As long as you don't play fucking Deadpool. Yes. Deadpool's cancer, and I'm sorry to say it like that, but Deadpool's terrible in Magic as a commander. So we played and sat down. The other two people playing with us, one guy was like pretty arrogant and like, I'm gonna kill you guys. And then the one guy was all like, well, I'll kill you. And so they both were attacking each other. And then I spent like 3 hours, like, they asked me like, what do you do? And I was like, well, this is like right around the time I started doing the very first necessary conversation clip edit. And I was like, oh yeah, I've been working on this political thing lately. And the guy who I did not like, I found him to be very aggressively like awful and just, he reminded me of my life as a child and the way that people would scream at me. And then we had this weird conversation where he was all like, well, my political stance is this. I think Trump is the greatest thing to ever happen to this country. And I was like, well, okay. And my initial reaction was, ew, what the fuck? And then I said to him, I was like, so why? Can you explain that to me? Can you tell me more about that? And he continued to start talking. He's like, he's here. He wants to get rid of the they and thems out of, out of everyone's life. They want to set everything back to normal. I want those they thems, those he shims, whatever. I want them to stop harming children. And I said, okay, hold on a second. So where did you hear that? Where did you hear that talking point about trans people and like, where did you hear that? And he's like, well, it's, like, look, I grew up in that life. I was like, what do you mean you grew up in that life? He's like, well, like, I had some stuff happen to me as a kid. I was like, so someone, like, did something terrible to you, right? And he was like, yeah. I go, were they gay? And he was like, well, no. I was like, okay, were they transgender? I was like, well, no. But the person who did it to me was my same sex. And I was like, okay, so you're making a connection here. And I was like, okay, so let's discuss this. Like, look, people who are trans generally, like I'm going to say with like a 99.9% certainty are not, they're not all child molesters. They're not all these things, right? And a lot of these people are scared, like this is a hard thing to hold on to, especially in today's world when you don't feel like you are who you are. And he's like, well, what about them being in sports? I'm like, well, but they're really not. He's like, well, I've been seeing, a girl got tested just recently and she had XY chromosome. And I was like, what? I mean, yeah, okay, let's discuss this, all right? And so I was like, yeah, there's people who are intersex, like there are people who are in between, like in this weird sort of realm. And yes, sometimes they show up looking a little bit different. And then I kind of like got him and he was like, oh, so there really are mostly female. I'm like, yeah, they are female. Like for all intents and purposes are female. He's like, oh, okay. He's like, but what about the children? I'm like, well, what about the children? What have you heard? And he then kind of like broke down. He was like, well, I've just been watching like Fox News and Newsmax. And I was like, okay, what's been going on here? He's like, well, but what about the illegal immigrants? And I said, well, okay, well, what's going on there? He's like, did you see the one who killed that family driving the truck? He got his license from Gavin Newsom. I was like, he didn't get it from Gavin Newsom. He got it from the state of California. Gavin Newsom did not make this guy's driver's license. He did not print it off and hand it to him being like, go out and kill some people. He didn't say that. So let's take it back a little bit. So where did you get this information? So he provided me the press release that actually came from the White House. And I was like, okay, well, so here we go. and I had to kind of teach them some like media literacy. Like if anything is pointing towards a state and then pointing towards someone's name when it comes to saying this person's at fault. So if they're saying Gavin Newsom's California gave this guy a driver's license, this is probably not the best source of information. So you probably want to look elsewhere because this is bias. This is pointing a finger at an entity. The entity did not cause this. And so we kind of talked about that, and we went down a rabbit hole. We talked for like 3.5 hours, like no fucking joke. Talked to this guy for 3.5 hours, and he's like, "You really opened my eyes up, and like I'm gonna try and like look into things." And I felt really kind of proud that I actually did not fucking freak out on someone. This is like the first time I've actually sat down and talked to someone MAGA, who is like, I believe every fucking thing. Generally, people have a moral consensus. There are outliers as there are always, yeah. And maybe they have different reasons for wanting that thing, but that's just the nature of humanity. It's a giant weakness, but the biggest strength we have as a species. Yeah. I mean, look, I look at the world in the kind of like overarching kind of like concept that we were tribal at one point in time. We took care, like everyone was involved in taking care of each other. And we've stepped away from that. We look at people now as nuisances, like freeloaders. And we don't look at people being like, oh, they actually need help. We look at people. Hey, and hey, Jester, thank you so much. Good luck on the new job, by the way. Yeah, emotional connections force empathy. Once they relate, it's easy to communicate. Exactly. And love you too, and you stay safe as well, Jester. Go take care of yourself, get some sleep. I think that's the thing. That's the thing I always kind of come back to, is like, we have to figure out a way to just bridge that gap. You're not going to be able to bridge the gap with everyone, but I think you can bridge the gap with most people. This is why we love the necessary conversation. I do love parts of the necessary conversation. There is an aspect, and I think the community does scream a little bit about it. And it's the like hammering home, like the fact checking piece, because I think that's important. The fact checking piece is massively important, I think, for someone like Mary Lou, because the problem is like when you let her kind of get like a what she might consider a win, she kind of like goes, or if you let her, you concede, it's like, okay. But I also don't believe that you should try to trick her into saying like, yeah, I don't like Trump. I think that pushes her the other way. We've been seeing that with ML. She gets to know someone, it starts to change her views around the edges ever so slightly. And that's the fucking wild part about it all, is that Mary Lou does this thing where you go, man, she is fucking coming through. And by the way, thank you, Hulks fan. Your Mary Lou Hasan edits are truly an inspiration. I need to figure out how to do another one of those without just dipping into that well. That doesn't come with enough information either. I also agree. I agree with you on that one. I see. This is the thing, and if there were ever like a, hey, what would you ever suggest to them to like fix this? Would be to have a moderator, not necessarily always on screen, but a moderator to look stuff up as things are being said, and to provide context. And they can even go, all right, let's go ahead. We have context here. Let's go ahead and take a look at this context. She responds better to emotion. That's why Hasan got to her, don't you think? Yeah, 100%. I do not disagree with that one. I also think she looks at Hasan and just goes, he's dreamy. I personally, deep down inside, think she thinks if she was younger, she'd try to tap that. I just see the way she looks at him, though. So that's the thing. Like, I couldn't, when I still have an edit that I've been doing of their sit down. I want to try and get it below 10 minutes because, look, there's so many people who have taken a stab at like editing and just maybe truncating that thing. or truncating that interview, that I feel like I have to come in with a little bit of a different like spin. I don't like the random like you just made a clip show accusation. I've had that a few times and I've been like, you know what, you're right. We're not going to try and do a clip show. It was his voice too. He wasn't attacking them. He was fun. Yeah. He was very funny, honestly. Yeah. And I think you're correct. I think Hasan really disarmed them, you know? It would be great for moderator in real time for all of them. I agree. There's certain things I've actually heard, and not to be, you know, not to be like, oh, Chad's been misinformed, but I've heard a few talking points come out of Chad that have been like, actually, I think that's not 100% correct right now. But it's also shit that comes from like the Midas touch, and my stance is the Midas touch is just like not necessarily as bad as Ben Shapiro, but like there's a filter that goes through them. They need to explore the why or the cognitive process. When ML shuts down, that's the moment to explore. Otherwise, facts are like water off a duck's back. Nailed it, Andy's voice. Bob opened up to the therapist too. He did. I'm gonna say this. Like that therapist episode, I know a lot of people were like, oh my god, we're finally reaching Bob. I think there's a lot of hurt in Bob. Like I see it in people who like I compare the parent that I have to Bob because this individual legitimately, you know, I've seen some of the clips where Chad's like talking about like the weird shit that Bob did, and I was like, yeah, you know, like pouring beer on Chad's head to soften his hair in the bathtub. It's like, what the fuck? I got given like my first bit of alcohol at 10 years old on my 10th birthday. Bob needs a one-on-one. I agree with you. I don't know if it would make. I don't think he would commit to it. I think Bob is like maybe 10 years out of the like. I think he's so stubborn that it would be hard to reach him. If you ever watch some of the older, watch the older ones, Bob. Sorry, you went through that. I mean, hey, no, it's sleeper peepers. It's fine. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, I talk about these things and I have a very, very distant view of what they are now. Yeah, certain things hurt here and there, and you know, it's with therapy and by the way, if you've never heard about EMDR, look into EMDR. I can't remember what it's actually called, but it's eye movement something. That has helped me out so much more than like talk therapy has had. So yeah, I only see Bob as an angry, neglected 12-year-old. I agree. I see it with just the way he is. I can hate his views, and I really do, but the poor man is damaged from a long time ago. And I personally know that kind of unresolved emotional damage can emerge later as anger, particularly in men. Yeah. I mean, that was the thing that I was kind of finding even up until like a couple of years ago, and I was just getting angry like for no fucking reason. Bob's weird room. Hey, have you seen that clip of him going through his fucking his house, and the fucking DVD collection is crazy. I mean, I own a lot of DVDs too, but like his fucking thing, like nuts. But yeah, Bob is someone who, you know, like, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, I understand where he comes from. I get it. You go through life being, feeling like you are not wanted. You don't, no one loves you, you know, and then you find someone who's all like, who's gung ho to like, you know, just be your cheerleader, but in the weirdest probably wrong way possible. And it does come into like this like cycle of like hyping each other up and being like, we're the only ones who know each other, you know. Mary Lou, by the way, if you know anything about her parents were alcoholics, is what she was saying. She didn't have a really good good life either. Mary Lou's different to me because I look at Mary Lou and I go, she reminds me of like Peggy Hill, but if Peggy Hill was more self-absorbed than Peggy Hill already is. Bob doesn't have a verbal sparring partner. That's what he used to get it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is though, those guys, I bet he played a lot of fucking grab ass with those dudes. Because I've seen people like Bob in meetings. And these dudes are the meanest people. But they gravitate towards the meanest people too. And they fucking get along like fucking eggs and bacon. Those motherfuckers, literally, I've seen it. You find just the right amount of begets abuse. I mean, that's the thing though, and it's true. And I blame, by the way, the whole thing. You got to look at, like, we didn't start really understanding like how to treat children until, like, I mean, fuck, I would say like the mid 2000s. Like, people were just like, yeah, I beat the shit out of my kids. They did something wrong, you punish them. Yeah, I stole all their money. They're a kid, they don't need the money. ML's ditties are sort of like Peggy's musing. Yeah. Honestly, anytime I hear ditties, I think of Peggy Hill. My God. I was talking about the weird room where he would inspect carpet fires to see if anyone went in there when he was gone. Weird. Oh yeah. I mean, that to me screams. I know they've talked about that on the podcast. That to me screams OCD. Here's the thing. OCD is weird. And someone who has it, you hyperfixate on things, and it comes in so many different fucking forms. Like, I had someone tell me one time, it's like, well, you're messy, like, you're not OCD. And I'm like, bitch, please, that's not how that fucking works. OCD is not just I like things clean. It is a legitimate, like, I hyperfixate. I have to wash my hands like 20 fucking times. I have no reason why I want to wash my hands. I feel dirty. I don't know why I feel so dirty. Okay, now I need to stack these cards over here, and I need to stack them in this way. It's a lot of that, where it's like it. And I learned that the OCD for me comes from a place of childhood neglect, and you know, like I'm a little bit better about some certain things. See, Bob is the fringe gopher, especially the fringe gopher, especially after he talked about who he used to work for, and then saying they paid him well, that had to file as an independent contractor. My whole belief on that situation with Bob is I think he truly was an independent contractor, or they convinced him he was an independent contractor because they're like, you're just like one of us, you're a big dog now. And I bet he was making a shit ton of money. I bet he was. But I'll be honest with you, when you go into a contractor situation, they typically want to keep you from being an employee. They want to pay out like a sum of money to you and be like, you handle this shit. And if you don't do well, we'll just fucking fire you. We can fire you without cause. Ed has always been unimpressed with ML's ditties. It's funny. I get it though. You listen to it and you're like this. You're like, fuck. Okay. I'll share this real quick. I was gonna make when I had made a pact to, like, not me being to fucking Mary Lou, I was gonna take her ditty about the Apollo mission and turn it into a Chad esque astral projection thing, but with Mary Lou. I scrapped that video the next weekend when she started going, I'm not MAGA. I was like, bitch. So many things. It can be internal thoughts on loop. Yep. That you can't escape. I ruminated quite a bit. It's her own show where she just shares things that make her happy after we deprogrammed her. Honestly, look, I'll tell you this. I think yeah, they don't have to pay you social security taxes or anything. Yeah, you're just basically like, you deal with all that shit. I want to fucking deal with it. I used to work with a couple contractors, and it just sounded really fucking depressing, especially in Texas. Here's the thing. I'll say about Mary Lou having her own show. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to. I think Mary Lou needs to take a break. Just after she gets deprogrammed, just go on a cruise or something. Stella, let Stella get her groove back type thing, Like, yeah. It's probably, like some people are saying, it's probably after Bob dies. I don't know. I'm not, I waver on that whole idea. I always do. It's like, you want it to be like, yeah, she's going to snap out of it. And then I just think about it. I'm like, what if that's the only thing you've ever known? I always think about that. It's like, if that's the only thing you've ever known, how hard is it to just drop that, And that's like every hantavirus. Hey, you know what? Make sure there's no rats on the ship. So no, I'll just say this though. Like, she lives in Oklahoma. She lives around a hardcore MAGA, like she's got a little MAGA inner circle. Look at Jules. Jules, by the way, by far one of the weirdest. Like, I thought about like editing that clip, those clips, some clips out of that segment. And I'm just be honest with you, I felt really bad for Jules, first of all, because she walked into a gunfight with a knife. Patriots of the Week. I could imagine that shit. God damn. Pete Hegseth, man. He's getting things done. Department of War. But yeah, no, the Jules like inclusion was just like, I knew when Chad started like hammering her, I was like, Mary Lou was gonna be like, what are you doing? Sarah, thank you so much for the resub, man. Yeah, what are you doing? Because her ditties are not what the necessary conversation is about. Hey, you know what? If they want to do like that as a separate thing, I say by all means, do it. Like, yeah. Yell at my screen when she says things like, I thought this was about what's your favorite color kind of thing. Oh yeah. With a paperclip? Yeah. One of those little like appetizer swords. You're gonna need this. What am I gonna do with that? I don't know. Poke his eye out. I don't know. I think I just think, anytime I think about Mary Lou just being on her own in a video, I think of the ranch clip, and I just go, I watched like 5 seconds of it and I was like, I gotta turn this off. I feel bad being like, yeah. But I also hear the angry, like, anti, like, horse face, like, Kamala Harris comments, and I'm just like, fuck, this woman. I think they want to fit in because that's how they were raised. Those of us who grew up in dysfunction or chaos understand that you didn't know it wasn't normal till you learned. Oh, 100%, Liz. I mean, honestly, I was having this discussion where, like, I feel like there's like a part of me that wants to like apologize to everyone who knew me before the age of like 29, because I grew up, and I said this in like an EMDR session. I was like, I grew up feral. Like, I was a fucking feral child. You have these things where it's like you don't socialize a child. You keep them from like having friends over, and you're borderline like on this like homeschool path where it's like the outside can't get in. My only thing is like, I went to school. I just came home and no one was allowed to be near us, like, at all. And then on top of that, having gone into elementary school and being like left, like not picked up until like 3 or 4 hours after the fact, you go down this rabbit hole of just being like, you cannot trust an adult. You can't, and that was like the stuff that, like when you kind of go through that whole thing and you're just like, you're living with like just these like, you're always cornered. You're like a rat in a cage that is cornered, and you're just like trying to figure out the best way to get out of the situation. And that's how I grew up, was like just this like concept. Like anytime things would seem good, there would always be something that would just come right back and just make it like, I had learned that like if someone was telling me good news, if a parent was going to say like, hey, I knew there was bad news right behind it, and I didn't, it's like the sad thing is to say is like, I literally didn't trust a single person, for a very, very long time. And then, also having like skin conditions and stuff like that. Shit. That's why I think college is bad for kids, and radicalizing kids to the left is just, that they are learning there's a real world out there. Always waiting for their shoe to drop. That's legitimately like how I lived. Like I'm shocked I don't look older than I currently am, because like I lived with this like shoving of like emotions down for like years. And like I had taught myself like it's bad to cry. It's like you're weak if you do that shit. Yeah. But yeah, that's why they think college is bad for kids and radicalizing kids to the left. It's just what they're learning. There is a real world out there. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Survival mode, unpacking for the rest of your life. Oh yeah. And then it's so funny. I talk about this stuff in EMDR, and it's like, you have these like moments where you kind of like, you go, okay, I'm sad. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel restless. I feel uneasy. And, I felt like that for a very long time. I didn't understand what it was. And it turned out it was like extraordinarily like hardcore combination of hardcore OCD and anxiety. And there was just this nervousness of like, when you have a parent telling you you're I don't understand you, I don't get you, I don't know who you are, I don't know if I like you. And these are nicer words that were said, by the way. You have you have this like thing of like, well, what is it? What am I here for? And so I live with that kind of like existential dread of like, what is this life about? What am I here for? What am I meant to be doing? And then I got into a fucking job that was like soul sucking. And the person who was telling me like, I don't get you, I don't know you, I don't know why we had you, is telling you in your ear as you're suffering and just having a hard time doing this like menial task, this job that doesn't fulfill you in any fucking way. It makes you feel sad all the time, telling you hold on to that job for dear life because you'll regret leaving it. And I stayed there longer than I should have. Man, I know exactly what you mean about your parents. Fucking wild shit. It's one of those things where there's like no, like I've had some stuff like come back to me like from my siblings being like, this parent said that they probably should have treated you a little bit better. And I'm like, oh really? I'm glad they recognize that now. But it would have been nice to hear it from them. I hold no ill will towards them. I actually feel bad that they had a tough life and they didn't know how to cope. You know, I get mad every once in a while where I think about it, it's like, yeah, shit. But then I think I'm not there anymore. I don't live with them. I'm essentially bohemian at this point. I don't fucking know. And yeah, you know, like I want people to be happy. I just want people to be happy. I think that's my ultimate goal in life. You know, I may be rough around the edges here and there when it comes to, like, you know, criticizing like Mary Lou and shit like that. Like, I may come off mean, but the reality is I want the best for her, even if she doesn't want the best for me or the people around me or anything like that. I want the best for her. I want her to be amazing, and I want her to be happy, and I want her to live a fulfilling life. I want her to have universal health care, even though she's got untold amounts of money, like her and Bob do. I should just have had puppies because they would have been easier. Yeah, parents can screw kids up. Yeah. It doesn't feel good to wish bad. No satisfaction in the misery of others. Yeah, that's the funny part is, like, you know, I'll get comments in the like some of the videos, and people are like, yeah, she's an evil woman. And I'm like, yeah, but she's a product of her environment, you know? Like, she's only known the love of someone. She's only known the love of someone who is damaged and who is, you know, like, hurting. And on top of that, they both were around conservatives their entire life. Me too. It doesn't feel good to wish bad. No satisfaction of others. Yeah. I can tell you have put in the work to heal. It takes one to know one. Oh, yeah, keep it up. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I'm still working on stuff, you know. Core memory right now that like I've been focusing on in EMDR is literally a parent telling me, if I didn't love you, this is my first memory too. First memory, which was, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't feed you. And it was so funny. That was not the first memory I worked on. This probably should have been the first memory, but it's a thing that is the antithesis of, like, my entire like childhood. It is literally the thing that defined me as a human being. My mom, she was the daughter of a woman who was undiagnosed bipolar. I got told, I love you because I have to, but I don't love you, while she's tying my school shoes. Yeah, which is in the same vein of, like, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't feed you. But then, for me, like, the thing is, I like, my problem is, like, I go down the rabbit hole with EMDR and thinking about that memory, and I go, but that's not true. I did not understand the concept of breakfast for a very long time. You know, we got cereal we had cereal and shit. But when I was growing up, I never understood why I was falling asleep in school until someone told me one day, and it was like after I've graduated. It was like a decade after. It's like, you not eat breakfast? And I was like, what do you mean breakfast? What the fuck is breakfast? You would think, like, oh yeah, everyone eats breakfast. And I was like, oh, I never liked breakfast. And the reality is like, no, I had conditioned myself to just not eat in the morning. And so I was always miserable. And, I think, like, the first time I started, like, eating things in the morning was literally after I graduated high school. And then I started eating in the mornings when I got the job that I had. And because I was recognizing, I was, like, sitting in my desk, just nodding off. And then literally someone says, like, you hungry or something? Like, you look like you're exhausted. Like, did you get sleep last night? I was like, yeah, I slept fine. Oh. But that's, like, the thing. It's like, you didn't understand scheduled meals because that wasn't a thing. No, it was not. Lunches were kind of weird too, where, like, there was a period of time where we didn't get lunches, and, it was like I was having to borrow money from, like, classmates to get lunch. And then we got on reduced lunch at one point in time, which was like only 45 cents at the time. And then I started getting lunch regularly. But yeah, like dinners were like piecemealed. I still have issues with food nowadays when it comes to like eating scheduled food too. Like I have to force myself when I get up to eat breakfast. And so it's like protein waffles now. But I still have trouble eating lunches. And so I typically only eat 2 meals a day and sometimes a snack at like 2 o'clock in the morning if I'm up. I'm usually up at 2. So yeah. So yeah, I have a weird thing with food. So I was telling Suzanne, I was just like, yeah, I don't ever feel hungry. That's the weird thing, you know? It's the weird thing about it. Okay, we are hitting 1. Cues can be hard with ADHD too. It's very hard with ADHD because I will lose track. Like, just like, I was like, oh yeah, I was telling Suzanne earlier, I was like, yeah, I'm only going to stream for like 2 hours, maybe 2.5. And it's like 4 hours. But no, I think this will be fun. I got the nerves out. I was really nervous when I first started this up. Today I was just like, shit, I don't know how this is gonna work. And I was, I am terrible. I am terrible. Even when I was like working for this as an IT person, I was up at like 2 or 3, almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Go to work at like 7, 8. It was rough. But I think we'll do this. This is why housing, healthcare, education should be a human right. That way, everyone can be okay no matter what kind of family you're born into. Amanda, see, this is the thing I always scream at people. It's like, no one should go hungry. And I think the people who are like, no, like you should figure out a way to eat. If you don't know how to do that, the government shouldn't be helping you out. They've never gone hungry and never had to like figure out what they're gonna eat or go like starve. They've never had to. They're very privileged people. That's my thing is, it's like when someone says that, I know where they're coming from. It's like, okay, you're coming from a place of privilege. But yeah, I think I'll put up a community note and we'll figure out like what we'll kind of do with scheduling. I don't know if we'll do Monday, Wednesday, or if we'll do like Sunday, Wednesday. I don't know. I gotta feel that one out. Yeah, our world should not be a Lord of the Flies situation. We have enough to go around. And the thing, Kate, like this is the thing. Like people right now, especially the billionaire class, they want it to be that way. That's why Trump is building a bunker in the fucking ballroom. He's just not going to come out. I don't know if I believe that, by the way. It's a funny thought, but I don't know if I believe that. I just don't know. Thank you, Joel and Suzanne. This was awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you. This was a lot more fun, and I'm glad I got to gab a little bit. I thought I was going to have to stay on topic. But I think this is always fun. I also did not want to make this a like how do I say this? By the way, Sarah, thank you so much, man. You're 8 months shy of 5 years of being subbed to the Twitch channel. Yeah, I didn't want to make this like some sort of like miserable sort of like, like news oriented thing. I did want to bring up a couple of news items, and if I didn't get to them, but yeah, I want this to be a little bit more like free flow jazz, I think. Going forward. We'll still watch the episode for Wednesdays. I'm trying to think though. I don't want to be mean, by the way, about like this, but the idea of like the super chats and stuff like that, I have them turned on, but I don't want it to be like the necessary conversation where people are gonna have to use super chats to talk. I always feel weird about that. I always legitimately feel weird when I see that on the streams. It was great being among like-minded people. Yeah, it was really good. I was telling Suzanne, I was like, man, I might need you to be mod because I hope some of the riffraff from the necessary conversation live streams are not coming over. I will ban them with no thought. All right, let's go ahead and this is my old goodbye screen. Oh, your DMs are blocked on Discord? Add me as a friend. Add me as a friend if you can. Because I have to be a friend with someone, I think, to get one of those. Yeah, they need a mod bad right now. They need a mod bad. I don't know. I've sent some stuff to Chad. I don't know. I would help out, but I'm pretty sure he looks at me. He's like, ugh. But yeah, Liz, add me as a friend, and I'll talk to everybody soon. We'll figure out a day till we meet again. Great stream, good chatters. Yeah, Drew, thank you so much. Everybody, have a good night. I will see you all very soon.